taking place in League B Group E as Barbados takes on Antigua and Barbuda. Happy to have you along for this one. I'm Joe Malfa. These two teams coming into this one in two very different mind frames from what we've seen so far in this tournament. We'll get to the standings in a moment, but first, it is a warm day, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is some breeze as well, 11 miles per hour, and a slight chance of rain here in Aruba. So expect a cooling break at the 15-minute mark of the first half and the 50-minute mark of the second half. Here in League B Group E, the team sitting atop the heap at the moment is Bermuda with 4 points from their first 2 matches. Not everybody has played 2 games thus far. Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda. Barbados all trailing and chasing Bermuda at the moment. Antigua and Barbuda coming into this one with a loss and a draw, sitting on 1 point. With a win, they could draw level with Bermuda atop the table. This is their final game. Remember, and Bermuda, Trinidad and Tobago play later today, and then Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados play tomorrow. So a lot to still sort out here in this group. Antigua and Barbuda in a situation where they just about need a win. The same could be said, though, of Barbados. The difference is for Barbados, they have 1 game remaining. This is the last game for Antigua and Barbuda, so this is their last opportunity. We'll have anthems, lineups, and kick momentarily. It's action in League B Group E on the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. These teams are ready to go. Barbados coming off yesterday a 3-2 defeat at the hands of Bermuda. Antigua and Barbuda yesterday a 2-0 defeat at the hands of Trinidad and Tobago. And they opened up with a 0-0 draw back on Monday against Bermuda. So for Antigua and Barbuda, this is a game on a third consecutive day. Meanwhile, for Barbados, it's only a game on a second consecutive day. So keep that in mind as far as fatigue in this one. Barbados will be the fresher team, still playing back-to-back days. No easy feat as they send out this 11 for head coach Mark Nunez. Shaquan King in goal. Rosario Roach is the captain, anchoring the midfield. Amari Small and Malik Peters, the two we expect to be up top this formation for Barbados. We'll see how quickly they maybe dip into the bench and how much of the bench they utilize, playing on a second consecutive day. Captain's about to venture out for the coin toss after they pose for the team photos. Rosario Roach has mentioned the captain for Barbados. Jamil Thomas is captaining the side today for Antigua and Barbuda. Referee and crew led by McManaman Badil of Grenada, Javier Burgos, Ricardo McKenzie, and Ray Torres rounding out the crew. So as mentioned, it's the third consecutive day with a game for Antigua and Barbuda. That's one of the oddities of this tournament, or maybe the wrong word to use oddities, but one of the intricacies of this tournament that coaches have to navigate, and it's why there's no cap on the amount of substitutions you can make in a game. So for a third consecutive day, Uncle Jarvis has to put out a lineup and look to get a result. Robert Jeffrey up top, Cavante Lewis anchoring the midfield, Mackay Phillip in goal with Jamil Thomas and Jadante Griffith as your center backs, the spine of this Antigua and Barbuda side. They've yet to score in this tournament, goalless the last 2 days, in a situation where if they want to finish top two and have a chance to go through to the knockout stage of League B, they have to win today. Anything short of a win for Antigua and Barbuda, and they would be mathematically eliminated. Bermuda, Trinidad and Tobago play coming up in 2 hours' time. Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago meet tomorrow to round out the group. This is the third and final game for Antigua and Barbuda, and it is do or die for them here in this tournament. Can they put their best foot forward? Barbados left to right in the blue. Antigua and Barbuda right to left in the white. Waiting for the whistle to send us on our way. And away we go. Barbados, Antigua, and Barbuda. Third and final match of group play for Antigua and Barbuda. Second match for Barbados here in the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Warm day in Aruba where this match is being hosted. This tournament hosted across Costa Rica, Aruba, Curacao. Swung around the near side for Barbados. Thorne. step in the midfield to win that back again by Barbados. Xavier Thorne into Ty Waterman. Down in that far corner, Barbados on a throw. Difficult opening match for Barbados yesterday, falling 3-2 against Bermuda, but some encouraging signs in there. Whipped in from the end line, loose in front. Good opening opportunity for Barbados. It's always difficult to get a read on paper coming into tournaments like this at such a young level where players churn through so regularly, and it's just a matter of talent, raw talent at this age more so than development, because this is when the developing begins. So it's always tough to gauge coming into a group what the expectations may be, how things look on paper. From a historical standpoint, from what we've seen in recent years, you expected Barbados to be one of the stronger sides in this group, and all signs would have pointed to Trinidad and Tobago being the top team. Barbados, it's just a matter of would they slot in as the second, third, or fourth team, with Trinidad and Tobago as the clear favorites coming in, just based on historical performances and this level. Bermuda in recent years have really seen an uptick in success in these tournaments, and how their senior team has played at the Nations League level. So as anybody was trying to piece together how a group like this might look, I think you would have put Trinidad and Tobago first, probably Bermuda second, and then it was a matter of Barbados and Antigua and Barbuda. What could they show? What could they put forth? I think after yesterday, we learned that Barbados is certainly capable of hanging in there with the teams in this group, going toe-to-toe with and losing 3-2 in a very open game against Bermuda. Although Antigua and Barbuda on the opening day played Bermuda to a 0-0 draw. Where right now it is Antigua and Barbuda on 1 point in third, Barbados without any points in last. A lot of questions to be answered over the course of the 70 minutes today. Remember, 70 minutes here again in this tournament, 2 35-minute halves. So you may be used to it by now. For those of you still new to it, tuning in, that is the case here at the U-15 championship level. Commanded in the midfield by Robert Jeffrey. One back by Barbados. Jadante Griffith takes it for Antigua and Barbuda.
When we count, we play out. We don't just go long. We're wasting the ball. Open the curtain. Open the curtain. Xavier, really important. Drop off. Look what's happening. Look what's happening. Xavier, tell Adam to come across the bridge. Bobby to come across. Look the gap. Again. Look the gap. Yeah, Shaquan, step higher. Come on, better passing, Steph. Detail, Steph. With your passing. Win the tackle, Raz. Win the tackle, Raz.
Looking through, flag stays down. Opportunity for Antigua and Barbuda. Interesting decision there. You can see the goalkeeper, Shaquan King, just palm stretch to the sky in bewilderment why Adam King did not allow him to just pick that ball up. It was right there. Seemed like he didn't want to take any chances in case Zaire Sebastian would have got a touch to it in that moment.
Jump! Jump! Bobby! Jump! What we talked about? Jump!
First set piece of the day for either side.
Come on. He just stand up there. Your tool, come and catch it. Just wait
Low from the corner. Poor service. Nothing there for Antigua and Barbuda. Can you get anything on the recycled ball? Or can Barbados break out? They're looking to. Long ball out ahead. Murray Small giving chase. It does just get into the box for Mackay Phillip to pick up. Was that touched outside the area? It was. Oh, a mental switch off from Shaquan King. Robert Jeffrey comes and plucks the ball from his hands. It'll be a free kick right at the edge of the area. There wasn't a present and obvious goal-scoring opportunity, so this should not be a red card on the keeper, but yellow is the expectation here. It'd be very harsh if a red were shown. And in most cases, which seems to be the case here, referee will typically err on the side of being extra cautious and lenient and not give a card at all. Would have been well within his bounds to provide a yellow, but just a mental lapse rather than anything nefarious from Shaquan King.
Open your body, Raz. Open up your body. Good. Amari.
It's a perfect spot here for this free kick. On a bit of an angle. You can get it up and over that wall. Big-bodied goalkeeper, Shaquan King. Look how much of the goal he covers. Who will it be? Here it is for the free kick over the bar.
We're not going to go long every time. Second man! Kick it down the middle if it's a high press. Don't kick it down the middle. Where's the pressure on the ball? Where is the pressure?
Settled finally by Antigua and Barbuda, but foul goes against. Free kick coming for Barbados. Cutting inside, calling more. Try the left side, Barbados. This one sent long over the top. Chested down, loose in the penalty spot, put toward goal. Deflected wide. from the corner, Barbados. Thrown into Roach. Roach lost it. Sent long by Ethan Camacho, but he didn't catch it cleanly. Approaching that first half cooling break. Expected right around the 15-minute mark. Very even so far between these two sides. Looking wide. Opportunity maybe brewing here for Barbados. Take a deflection, it appeared to. And now cleared by Antigua and Barbuda. Back to goal, turning was Malik Peters, dispossessed. On the right flank, Peters turning the corner to the end line. Out for a goal kick. Past that mark of the cooling break here, where it typically would be. To the end line, fed in front. That is discretionary for the officials. Temperature reported in the mid-80s Fahrenheit. It's in the range where it could be a thing, but on a breezy day, it's their discretion. Whipped in from the corner.
Stop and play forward. Good. Hey, let's go again, let's go again, let's go again.
And that will take us into this cooling break here in the first half. A lot to talk over for both these teams. Seen some opportunities both ways, some good open play. Still deadlocked at zeros. Antigua and Barbuda yet to score here in this one, in this tournament rather.
Relax, man. We're not the flipping World Cup. We're at the Concacaf on the beach.
This is where you need to take your moments and restore the energy in the lungs and the legs. If you're Antigua and Barbuda, playing a third consecutive day. Barbados just a second consecutive day. That's no easy feat either. And back to it now after the cooling break. Cutting through the heart of this Antigua and Barbuda midfield, cleared out for a throw. And out for another Barbados corner. Whipped in from the corner. Rising above the rest was Adam King. It's flicked away. Corner now from the opposite side. Now shifted now to a goal kick. After the referees conferred, you could see some of the confusion there for the Barbados players. Advancing up the field here methodically, Antigua and Barbuda. Another throw coming. Long throw. Bounding through. Touch toward goal and in! Finally, the breakthrough in this tournament comes for Antigua and Barbuda. It belongs to Robert Jeffrey getting the last touch to it. Just miscommunication on the back line. Slow off his line to come get the ball. Robert Jeffrey stuck with it and knocked it home. Could see the moment of relief for Antigua and Barbuda after a 0-0 draw in the opener against Bermuda and a 2-0 loss yesterday against the top team in the group, Trinidad and Tobago. Finally getting their goal. For the time being, it would put Antigua and Barbuda on 4 points, tied for the group lead on points with Bermuda. Well, Bermuda would be in the first spot still because of goal differential. It would get them into the top 2 for the time being, Antigua and Barbuda. Get them a chance to go through.
Drive out. There's no pressure for you to pass until you see. Come on, guys, come on. Let's step again. Lock the pass in.
Cut off by Terry Collymore. Up ahead to Xavier Thorne. Splitting it through. Good ball. Dropping it back. Seth Goodridge. Cleared by Antigua and Barbuda. Holding strong defensively with 9 minutes to go in this first half. Cutting outside, Xavier Thorne working it back all the way across, cleared. Down the left flank. Ty Waterman. Forced aside. Good hold-up defense by Antigua and Barbuda. And they turn it into another quick attack. Split through. Robert Jeffrey with 1 goal already. Jeffrey carving through. Robert Jeffrey puts it wide. See the ball moving around there a little bit. The wind having an impact. Even on a still ball situation, from a dead ball situation. Blasted long by Jamil Thomas. A lot of traffic there in front. And cleared. Ooh, difficult one there. Going for the bicycle kick. Might have caught the defender in the face. Player down for Barbados. Slowly getting back to his feet. His Tyreek Collymore seems to be okay. Long throw from Antigua and Barbuda. Four play in this first half. Player down is Rashawn Samuel. Seems to be okay, gingerly walking off. The substitution on the Barbados side, separate from the injury we just saw for Antigua and Barbuda. Seth Goodridge coming out. Sasha Pounder coming on. Interesting, so close to halftime. But this is the middle game of 3 games in 3 days rather, for Barbados, the second of their 3. This could be just preserving players for tomorrow. Wide to Amari Small. Looking for his options, trying to squeak it through. Javier Marshall laboring a little bit. Final minute of this first half. Antigua and Barbuda with the 1-0 lead, courtesy of Robert Jeffrey. They need this win, Antigua and Barbuda, to stay alive. All they can do then is sit back and watch as Bermuda play Trinidad later, and tomorrow Trinidad play Barbados. Third and final game here for Antigua and Barbuda. Must win to get themselves in position. Two minutes of stoppage tacked on in this first half. Sent long by Barbados, just hoping for something to bounce their way in the area. Really good defensive half from Antigua and Barbuda. Call goes against Barbados. Over Tyreek Cullimore.
Come back and help. Don't watch somebody do the job. Look at the play out here. Raz.
Another opportunity on a free kick in a good spot. Try through the wall. Oh, the goalkeeper spotted it well and made the stop. There's a whistle to end half number one. Antigua and Barbuda leading 1-0 at the break over Barbados. Look back at the highlights from the first half of action from Antigua and Barbuda against Barbados. Both these sides really needing a victory today. Barbados coming off a loss yesterday, but more so Antigua and Barbuda needed it. Coming into this one without a point, or pardon me, with just a 1 point after a draw and a loss in their first two games. This is their last game, and they needed to, must win in order to stay alive. This one goes over the top on the free kick. Traffic in front here for Barbados. Moments just never really came for Barbados in this one. Just a matter of when that moment would come. It bounces through here finally. And Robert Jeffrey able to poke it home amid the miscommunication. Then from there, Barbados just continued to try and press, and nothing would come. And then looking to add another. Robert Jeffrey just put it wide. Barbados conceding another foul late there. Another free kick for Antigua and Barbuda. Dangerous one that goes under the wall. Big save, though, made by Shaquan King. And that would ultimately bring us to the end of this first half with Antigua and Barbuda up 1-0 on Barbados. Ready to begin the second half now. Barbados, Antigua, and Barbuda. 35 minutes to be played. Through the first 35, a 1-0 lead for Antigua and Barbuda. See how things go here in half number 2. Antigua and Barbuda must win to stay alive in League B Group E play. Barbados not in that situation yet, but they could be. They're sitting in a position where they would also need a point at least. Again, for Antigua and Barbuda, it's a must-win. For Barbados, they must attain a point. If they don't attain at least a point, they are gone from this tournament. Try here, right off the kickoff for Antigua and Barbuda. Another try from distance, goes off frame. Barbados sitting on 0 points right now in the live table. If that holds, you would have Bermuda and Antigua and Barbuda both on 4. So with Barbados having 1 game remaining, they could no longer mathematically crack the top 2. So Antigua and Barbuda in a must-win. Barbados in a situation where they must get a result, whether it's 1 point or 3, in order to stay alive. So whichever way, one of these two teams will be mathematically eliminated today. First chance in the second half for Barbados to level. Save made by Mackay Phillip. Antigua and Barbuda go short on the free kick. Working it through the left side. Traffic still in front. Now the service. Header off frame, just glancing all the way out for a throw-in. Barbados get this goal back that they desperately need. Played through Amari Small. Great tackle put in by Cavante Lewis. Now centered, cleared. To the end line again here. Lewis, head in front. Not a bad ball. Substitutions possibly coming for Barbados, getting those final instructions from the coaching staff. Down back behind the play, it appears. Jamil Thomas of Antigua and Barbuda. water for everybody else as well. Hot day, temperatures climbing into the upper 80s and eventually 90s. Trying to just cool off Jamil Thomas with the ice bag on his chest and his neck. Second straight day playing for Barbados, third straight day for Antigua and Barbuda. Lasted long from the free kick. Settled. Looped in front, looking for Robert Jeffrey. Skied again. Wind taking that one a little bit. Cleared overhead, but centrally by Adam King. Ahead by Barbados, weaving through before Adam King can get a shot off. It's cleared.
Find the pass. Good, stretch it. Stretch it.
Played out wide. Down that right side for Barbados. Sasha Pounder trying to get it central. And the keeper able to keep it out. Avoid conceding the corner. Antigua and Barbuda looking to put this away, find a second goal, take that 2-goal lead. Contact there. Out for a goal kick. Again, it was Robert Jeffrey helping create the opportunity. Shaquan King gets it back into play. Back to King. King looking long. Cleared back down his direction. Change coming here for Barbados. Into the match, number 10, Ricardo. Javier Marshall, who came off the field for Barbados. Loose off the set piece, trying to find a way through Antigua and Barbuda. There's a second. Will that one put it out of reach? After being held goalless the last 2 days, they net 2 today. They're not done yet. They lead Barbados 2-0. And the goal scorer, it's good to see, is Jamil Thomas, who was just off the field moments ago. They were applying the ice bags to his chest and neck to cool him off in these hot conditions. Weren't sure if he'd be able to continue. Well, he has, and he left his mark. Barbados trying to get this goal back now. Kind of back to a 1-goal deficit. Looking through. Barbados desperate for a goal now. Two more changes here for Barbados. Now trying to just get something out of this one. Needing the fresh legs. And a change coming too on the other side momentarily, it appears. For Antigua and Barbuda. Javante Ward and D'Amico Jordan coming on for Amari Small and Malik Peters. Change here for Barbados. Pardon me, for Antigua and Barbuda will send Chase Joseph into the match for Roshan Samuel.
If you're going like that, you have to jump. So in case Johnny has to go, you come here. Hey, hey, drop in. Drop in, mama. Sadiq, Sadiq, drop in.
Next up, it'll be Bermuda and Trinidad and Tobago here on this field. As it stands, Bermuda sitting in first in this group with 4 points from 2 matches. But Trinidad and Tobago are the ones controlling things. They only played 1 match. They've won that match yesterday against Antigua and Barbuda. Barbados, as it stands, would be eliminated mathematically. They needed at least a point in this one to stay alive. On the flip side, Antigua and Barbuda had to win to stay alive, so they're getting what they need. Barbados not getting what they need. Into the cooling break here in this second half. See if it could turn the tides and reverse the fortunes on all of Barbados. And Barbuda look ready to go. Ready to attack these final 15 minutes plus stoppage. Barbados searching for answers. Currently, it's Tariq Collymore is being held off on the sideline, waiting to be waved back on after a brief injury. Out there now, Collymore, and he'll be the one charged with taking this free kick. Roach deflected out for a corner. From the corner, blasted in. Thought about hitting the volley there. Now he does. Took a deflection out for another corner.
Soak up the pressure, guys. Soak up the pressure. Let's keep working and get it out. Keep working and get it out. Man to man. Chest. Chest. Take a man.
Floated in, good ball, back post. Was waiting for it, but Mackay Phillip gathered. Seen players going down a bit in the second half. Fatigue taking its toll to some extent and really slowing down the rhythm of this game.
Hold on your bits and then you take it up there.
Limping off to the sideline, Isair Sebastian. Approaching the hour mark here, just over 10 minutes remaining plus stoppage. Antigua and Barbuda up 2-0 on Barbados. And that'll be all for Isair Sebastian. He'll have to come off. You saw him limp off a moment ago. Also, Karik Joseph on for Ethan Camacho. Favorable bounce for Antigua and Barbuda, but they say it came off of a hand. Through, flag stays down. Chance for Barbados to bring one back. An exquisite tackle. Still alive, cut back, bouncing around. The shot blocked again. Oh, the hustle on defense from Antigua and Barbuda, blocking everything that's coming their way. Can they make it a third on the other end? No, cleared. players seem to just be cramping now all around the field. Difficult conditions, no doubt. It's part of the reason it's been tough for Barbados to really find a way back in this game. Second half just hasn't had a rhythm. Substitution for Antigua and Barbuda. It'll be all for Colin Henry, and entering Shumba Thomas. Seven minutes plus stoppage remaining. Barbados again need to tie to stay alive. Top two teams in each group make it through to a knockout playoff in League B. Antigua and Barbuda wouldn't be through themselves, but they would be in position. Right now, in second place they'd be in this group with the live result. And then they would have to just sit back and watch, and they would be big Trinidad and Tobago fans. Pardon me, they'd be big fans of Bermuda against Trinidad and Tobago, I should say. Either that, or you need Trinidad and Tobago to win handily over Bermuda and dip their goal differential. One of those two things would need to happen. Currently, in this group, in the live table, you've got Bermuda sitting in with 4 points in first place and a +1 goal differential. Trinidad and Tobago with 3 points after 1 game played and a +2 goal differential are sitting in third. Antigua's between them both, sitting in second with a goal differential that's even on 4 points. So while they're currently in second behind Bermuda, you could argue they'd still be rooting for Trinidad and Tobago to just beat Bermuda, but they have to do so by multiple goals in order to allow Antigua to go through. So it's sort of pick your poison. If this scoreline holds in the next game for Antigua and Barbuda, who you root for? Do you root for Trinidad and Tobago to lose their next 2 games, which feels unlikely given what we've seen in this group? Or do you root for Trinidad and Tobago to beat Bermuda by multiple goals? Give yourself a chance. Either outcome could be possible. Oh, wow, penalty given. Seemed a clean challenge. I'll have to get a second look at it. Rosario Roach, can't believe it. Let's see. He did clip him a little bit. It's interesting. Sometimes the players can police themselves, and there weren't really any protests from Antigua and Barbuda that it should be a penalty. It's one of those tight ones, but now they can put it away and change the goal differential calculus a bit. Shaquan King in goal, staring this down. Karik Joseph taking charge for Antigua and Barbuda. Joseph denied. Rebound is there. Still loose. Now he slots it home. That'll be disappointing for Barbados. Caught ball watching, nobody charging in to help their keeper, Shaquan King, after he made the save. He was hung out to dry. 3-0, Antigua and Barbuda.
Tight.
3 minutes to play. The result is not a question now. The only thing that is the final score line. Flag comes up. Otherwise, Chase Joseph could have been in. Just 2 to play. Barbados looking for something. That's wide. Well, it's impactful now for the situation with the goal differential. I was just going through it a moment ago. Perhaps spoke too soon. So now you would have Bermuda sitting still in first, 4 points, +1 goal differential, 3 goals scored. Antigua and Barbuda would be right there with them. 4 points, +1 goal differential, 3 goals scored. So now all it would take for Antigua and Barbuda is just Trinidad and Tobago beating Bermuda, and it would clinch a spot in the top 2 in this group for Antigua and Barbuda, irregardless of tomorrow's possible results. Into stoppage time now. I think both these teams would just rather hear the whistle blow. Antigua and Barbuda at the end of 3 games in 3 days with a 3-goal lead. Barbados still have a game to play tomorrow, and this one is out of hand. Another player goes down for Barbados. It's Adam King. Frustrated, very frustrated. Seems to be cramping. That's why I was mentioning a moment ago, on a day like this, you have to obviously give the stoppage time because goal differential could come into play. It's not a case where goal differentials are relevant. I think both these teams would have been okay with the whistle blowing at 70. Antigua and Barbuda have done all they need to do to put themselves in position. Whether they score a fourth or not doesn't impact anything else in terms of the group. Barbados needed at least a draw to be alive. That's not happening, so they're eliminated. And they still have a game to play tomorrow in these conditions. Just like to see everybody fresh and healthy. Another player gone down now for Barbados. Fortunate way to see this one come to an end. Concern for the player down for Barbados. We've seen players going down today. Different times with the heat, being cooled off with the ice bags. This came right at the tail end of stoppage time. Result in hand, no other impacts to be felt in terms of the group ramifications. Probably like to just see the whistle blow. Back to the action now. And there's the whistle to bring this one to an end. An outstanding result here in this one for Antigua and Barbuda, who needed to win to stay alive in the group. They not only win, they do so by 3 goals and a 3-0 scoreline, and they actually put themselves in fantastic position to go through as one of the top 2 teams in League B Group E. Meanwhile, for Barbados, who needed a point today to stay alive, their time comes to an end in terms of being able to advance. They still have one more game to play tomorrow, but this one finishes 3-0 in favor of Antigua and Barbuda.
Welcome to my city.
No, he just cooling down.
Look back at highlights from this 3-0 victory for Antigua and Barbuda over Barbados here in the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship League B Group E action on a day where Barbados needed a draw to stay mathematically alive. Antigua and Barbuda needed to win to stay alive. Only one of those two teams would be able to get what they needed the way things shook out. And it turned out to be Antigua and Barbuda who come away still alive, victorious with the 3 points. The goal came in the first half on this long throw-in. It bounces through everybody, and nobody really goes to the ball. 2 defenders could have gotten there. The goalkeeper could have gotten there. Instead, Robert Jeffrey gets there and pokes it home to give Antigua and Barbuda the 1-0 lead. And they weren't done there. The goals, though, would have to wait until the second half to be tacked on for Antigua and Barbuda. There was still some defending to be done to deal with in that first half. They could have had another in the first half through Robert Jeffrey. Another nice play, just coming through the heart of the defense, using his speed. Ends up pushing it wide. There's one last opportunity in the half on a free kick from just outside the area, but it was saved by the keeper, Shaquan King. And that would take us then into half number 2 with Antigua and Barbuda up 1-0 on Barbados. Early chance for Barbados right out of the kickoff in the half to have tied it 1-1. Unable to do so. And from there, Barbados continue to press on, never really able to find any passageway through. Here's the second goal. It belonged to Jamil Thomas, who had gone down earlier with what appeared to be some heat exhaustion, was pulled off to the sideline for a couple of minutes, the ice bags to his chest and to his neck while they gave him some hydration. Came back out there refreshed, rejuvenated, and scored. There is 2-0 for Antigua and Barbuda, who needed a third goal to put themselves in prime position to go through. And they would eventually get that third goal. Came on a penalty in the late stages. And this is where that foul would come. Save made initially by the goalkeeper, Shaquan King, but nobody collapsing to the rebound, and it's knocked home by the kick taker, Karik Joseph, to make it 3-0, Antigua and Barbuda. And that'll do it with a 3-0 win over Barbados. That'll do it for this first match of the day in League B Group E. Still to come, it'll be Trinidad and Tobago against Bermuda. See how things further shake out. Stick with us for more action in the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. The action continues here in League B Group E of the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. It is Bermuda against Trinidad and Tobago from Oranjestad, Aruba. Happy to have you along for this one. Joe Malfa with you for the action. This is the pivotal moment here in League B Group E. After earlier we saw Antigua and Barbuda beat Barbados 3-0. It all comes down to this matchup here to determine which teams will be going through to the knockout phase. As we take a look at the pitch conditions, 85 degrees Fahrenheit and climbing. The heat was an issue in the game that preceded this one. Breezy, 11-mile-an-hour winds and a chance of rain on top of all that as well. But this is where the stage is set for some drama in Group E. Bermuda and Antigua and Barbuda both sit on 4 points, and they both have a +1 goal differential. Trinidad and Tobago sit below both of them. Barbados already eliminated. If Trinidad and Tobago win this game, Bermuda would already be eliminated, and then tomorrow Trinidad would play Barbados just to determine whether they would be first, whether they would be second, exactly how things would shake out. But everything hinges on this game. Either Antigua and Barbuda could possibly be eliminated from this game while they sit idly by and watch, or Bermuda could be eliminated. The only team we know will not be eliminated no matter what here is Trinidad and Tobago. After a win yesterday, they played tomorrow as well. Even with a loss, they could still tomorrow then make a way up to 6 points. So all scenarios to go through. Antigua and Barbuda will be watching this one closely. Bermuda looking for a big result to help their chances. We'll have player walkouts, anthems, lineups, and kick momentarily. Just about set to get things going here in Aruba. It's Bermuda against Trinidad and Tobago. We saw Bermuda with a 3-2 victory yesterday over Barbados. That came on the heels of a 0-0 draw against Antigua and Barbuda in the opening match. Trinidad and Tobago playing their second match here today. They beat Antigua and Barbuda 2-0 yesterday. So if you're trying to glean anything from the common opponent, Trinidad and Tobago 2-0 over Antigua and Barbuda. Bermuda 0-0 against Antigua and Barbuda. So we'll see if that comes into play at all today, depending on how things go and how things look as we meet the starting lineups for both of these sides, beginning with Bermuda. John Wolf up top, Sidon Lightbourne, Shia Davis making up that front three that helped pour in 3 goals yesterday against Barbados. Nuri Latham in goal, clean sheet in the opener against Antigua and Barbuda. Captains meeting for the coin toss. Jabarli John of Trinidad and Tobago. Zani Jennings of Bermuda. Officiating crew today is led by Damian Rosa of Martinique, with Kessie Phillip and Ken Thomas of Grenada. Michael Venn of Canada is your 4th official. Trinidad and Tobago really starting to come alive at the higher levels as well. U17, U20, the senior level, a lot of talent, young talent coming through the pipeline. We'll see some of that on display today. Levi Williams in goal, the captain Jamarli John on that back line. Duran Blackman, Hakeem Duncan anchoring the midfield with Arasa Richardson and Kevez Quintero up top. So it'll be Bermuda in the blue from left to right, Trinidad and Tobago in the white from right to left. Ready to get things going here. Final match of the day in League B Group E. There'll be one more match tomorrow with Trinidad and Tobago taking on Barbados as we round out play in this group, and groups around this tournament starting to wind down. Trinidad and Tobago with a win would clinch the top spot in the group. Bermuda need a point to clinch a spot through. If Bermuda lose, they will dip below Antigua and Barbuda and be eliminated. And away we go. See how this game takes shape early on. The match that preceded this one between Antigua and Barbuda against Barbados. Really slow start, didn't pick up until late in the first half. Really quiet through the first half cooling break at the 15-minute mark. Lofted in from the free kick and knocked away. Deflection on the service in, gathered by the keeper, Levi Williams. Aggressors early on, Bermuda. Coming off yesterday's flying performance with 3 goals against Barbados. Flag comes up on Trinidad and Tobago. Adam Barrett given away. Gavez Quintero pressuring for Trinidad and Tobago, nearly wins it. A little bit over-eager, committing the foul. Try from distance here, pawed away by Nuri Latham. And out for a corner because he couldn't hold on to it. First chance on a set piece for the Soka Warriors, curled in, the header wide. First good opportunity. Something to keep in mind, potential set piece prowess. After seeing a good look like that to begin the game, setting the tone in that manner. Pressure still kept up, 5 minutes in. And then Tobago deflected, and that'll trickle out for a throw. A chance to keep that pressure up now. Blocked by Trinidad and Tobago. Pocket of space down this right side. Richardson. Pardon me. That's Reagan Rave. Now plays it in the header. It was building for Trinidad and Tobago. Adassa Richardson scoring 7 minutes in. They were knocking on the door. And they finally kick it down. well executed. They win it from the high pressure. Reagan Rowe leaves his man, puts a good ball in. Header snapped down by Richardson. 1-0 to the Soka Warriors. As it stands, they would clinch the top spot in the group, still with one match to play tomorrow. And Antigua and Barbuda would be the other team through in second, as Bermuda and Barbados would be eliminated. Bermuda would be done. Barbados still play tomorrow against Trinidad and Tobago, who coming into this were the perceived top team in this group and playing like it. 2-0 win over Antigua and Barbuda yesterday. Off to a flying start against Bermuda today. Under Dwight York, the head coach at the senior level for Trinidad and Tobago, who was a former all-time great player for them. There's just been a top-down shift in terms of the identity, and they're in unison and how they play and how they want to attack you, and you're seeing it now, even at the U-15 level for the Soka Warriors. Back into play. Trinidad and Tobago keeping the pressure up after getting that opening goal. Long over the top again, settled. Settled. Chance here for Sebastian James, laying it off. Quintero. Free kick goes Bermuda's way. Ten minutes gone. Goal came from Vanessa Richardson in the 7th minute. Through, set in Lightbourne for Bermuda, trying to get it across the halfway line. After the first 2 minutes where they had some time in the Trinidad half, they really haven't done much. Been on their heels. Slipping through, Blackman. Back his way, blocked down by Thomas. Stepping up, Blackman looking through, cleared away. Turn, Dyer. Dispossessed. Duncan gives it right back. Long ball over the top. Shouts for the flag to come up, and it does. Approaching that zone where we would have that cooling break here in this first half. See if it can impact play. Coach has been making some tweaks. Blowing off the offside kick. Restart play, and Trinidad and Tobago commit the foul. Duncan looking through for Richardson, who has the lone goal. Richardson pressuring, wins it, and wins a quarter. Well done. Odessa Richardson wreaking havoc on Bermuda's back line in the early going.
Get in your zone.
Yes, well done. Go for goal. Go for goal. To my height, baby.
Lofted in, back post, the header goes wide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go for goal. Go for goal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well done. Goal. Yes, Saba. Saba. Yes, inside. Yeah, everybody.
Oh, dangerous moment there. Misplay at the back. The dangers of playing out of the back. Corner gifted to Trinidad and Tobago. Still haven't seen the cooling break in this first half. Don't imagine they would forego it. Coming momentarily. And they'll redo the corner, I believe. The whistle was supposed to come beforehand to stop something. Now whipped in and gathered. Trinidad and Tobago looking for more, already up 1-0. Work back to midfield. Throw for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes!
Battling down in the corner. Back toward midfield. Bermuda coaching staff was shouting for the back line to step up, step up. They were so deep, inviting that pressure from the Soca Warriors. It's out for a Bermuda throw, and that'll take us into the cooling break in this first half. Trinidad and Tobago doing what they need to do, up 1-0. If they win, they are guaranteed to win the group even before tomorrow's match kicks off against Barbados. And if this result holds, it would be Antigua and Barbuda, who are the second place team in League B Group E. Here's a look at how that goal happened. Reagan Rowe beat his man off the dribble, feeds it through, headed home by Adesa Richardson. Well executed, and it was a matter of time the way the pressure had been mounting in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. And ready to go again here after that cooling break. Trinidad and Tobago up 1-0, looking to build on it. Edge of the area, drop back for Duncan. Pulled it wide. Trinidad and Tobago keeping that pressure up. Still looking for more. Comes all the way through for the keeper, Latham. First time that they've been able to get the ball down at this end in a while. Bermuda really struggling mightily. Sent long, right, direct off of that, looking for Richardson, and gathered by the keeper. To play in this first half. Free kick on the way for the Soca Warriors, already up one. Dangerous moment here for Bermuda where it could all slip away. Richardson balloons that over everything. That one lost to the wilderness, ends up in the trees. Back to it, looking for Richardson. Just getting to every loose ball right now. Goal kicks, you name it. Knocked along for James. James centering, gathered by the keeper. John over to Center back partner and back again.
Oh, oh. Very good. Complete, very good. Yes.
Try from distance here, goes wide.
Very good. Come on, fam. And look big. One try off it, look big. Yes, yes, no, Seba. Yes, 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 Akim. Well done.
Dangerous challenge from behind by Hakeem Duncan. Shouts for a yellow there were. Quintero, Blackman.
Yes, there work. Well, let him come on, let him come on.
5 minutes to go in this first half. Jamarley John.
Drive it then. Seba, why you want? Hey, Gibbons! Wake up now! Loosen up on tweets inside your son. Alessa, let's stay outside if we go short, yeah? Yeah. Referee, come on, hold on. Hold on,
Taken away here in the attacking half by Bermuda. Really haven't found any inroads, Bermuda, to tying this game after falling behind. Split through. Flag stays down. Try from edge of the area here is gobbled up by Latham. Last minute of this opening half. Trinidad and Tobago up 1-0. Trinidad and Tobago have been in total control of this one. Bermuda without any real offensive opportunities that have threatened the goalkeeper, Levi Williams, of Trinidad and Tobago. 2 minutes of stoppage time tacked on now. Looking wide. So one last opportunity in this half for Trinidad and Tobago. Can't let your guard down if you're Bermuda. Laid off by Richardson. Played through, flicked on, cleared. Centered. Richardson was there. It'll be a corner.
Defended. One left.
Another
Defended.
chance at a set piece here right before halftime. In swinger, dropped in centrally. Comes all the way through the backside. Did it take a touch? Well, it doesn't matter. There goes the whistle to end half number one. Trinidad and Tobago up 1-0 on Bermuda. look back at highlights from the first half of action between Bermuda and Trinidad and Tobago. In the early going, Bermuda, first 2 to 5 minutes, came out of the gates firing and had a couple of moments in the attacking half, had a set piece, but nothing. Kayuri taking the field, just about set to get things going here in half number 2. Trinidad and Tobago up 1-0 on Bermuda, really coasting in this one. See if they can keep it up and preserve this victory, which would guarantee them the top spot in the group, and it would eliminate Bermuda, who are coming off of a 3-2 win yesterday over Barbados. Before that, a 0-0 draw against Antigua and Barbuda. And you just can't help but wonder if that's really starting to take its toll here today. In that first half, we saw Bermuda seemingly gassed and just not really pressuring or testing Trinidad and Tobago whatsoever. Fortunate to be down just to 1-0. It is 3 straight days with a game here for Bermuda. Meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago playing on back-to-back days. They play their 3rd game tomorrow. It's got to be something that you have to imagine factors in, especially in this heat. Trinidad and Tobago in the white from left to right. Bermuda in the blue from right to left. And a change out of the chute here. Trinidad and Tobago will be, Bermuda will be bringing on Kayuri Alboy, as well as Kayuri Tucker. And away we go in half number 2. Zidane Lightbourne and Shia Davis, the 2 who come off for Bermuda, replaced by Kayuri Tucker and Kayuri Alboy. Cloud cover here now. Chance of rain. Clouds moving through. Every time the sun peeks behind a cloud, it's a little bit of respite for these players on a warm day. Free kick coming for Bermuda.
Very good situation here.
Solomon Salam standing over the free kick for Bermuda. Lumped in. Trinidad and Tobago get it clear.
Roman! Hey, this the girl right here. This the girl right
The free
here.
kick for Bermuda. Standing over it. Deacon Wade, it appears most poised to strike. Good opportunity here to maybe level it for Bermuda on the set piece. Ninth minute from the free kick. Off target.
High starting position. Go Jay, go Jay. Deacon. Sully.
Coach of Trinidad and Tobago looking on. Densil Theobald has to be happy overall with what he's seen so far. Clean sheet in the victory, 2-0 yesterday over Antigua and Barbuda. So far a clean sheet today and haven't allowed many chances at all to Bermuda. Free kick for the Soco Warriors. Played in for the free kick, flick toward goal, and no trouble. Nice move down this left wing, carrying it ahead. John Wolf runs into traffic and loses it in the end. Long again. Flag stays down. And Tobago looking to put this away still with a second. Richardson. Roll is possessed by Wilkinson. Kept alive for Trinidad and Tobago. Blackman. Rowe tries from distance. Oh, it caught a teammate Richardson. Stayed in play. From the corner, Trinidad and Tobago, they've been dangerous on these set pieces in the air. Corner curled in, headed clear. Pressure still on. Bermuda playing out of it. All the way back to Levi Williams. Working through Richardson with a goal already. Richardson, deflection. Whipped in from out wide. Oh, Richardson was open. Bermuda clears it before he gets through to the man with the lone goal on the day so far. Try from distance here. No trouble for the keeper. Murray Latham on the shot from Reagan Rowe. Two changes coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. That'll be all for O'Shea Watson and Adeso Richardson. Pardon me, O'Shea Watson staying on. He's just over to take the throw. It's Reagan Rowe and Adeso Richardson who come off. Jalen Roberts on. As well as Jeremiah Nanton. Here is an opportunity for Sebastian James. Now pushed a bit higher up the field after those changes. Carried ahead, fed through, chance to make it, two, saved. Offside flag did come up. Another change coming now, this time on the Bermuda side. That'll be all for Zanai Jennings, replaced by Rylan De Silva. Dozen minutes gone here in this second half. Trinidad and Tobago still up 1-0 on Bermuda, looking for that second goal. It's just been eluding them. And a couple of changes moments ago. See if the fresh legs can have an impact. Try from distance on the volley here, and it sails. Through. It's there for Jeremiah Nanton. Shots for a corner from the Trinidad bench, and they win that argument. Corner for the Soca Warriors. They could fine-tune things on this set piece. They've been coming close. Service from Sebastian James. Toward the keeper, flicked in. It was only a matter of time. Every set piece has been right there for the taking for Trinidad and Tobago, and finally, it is the substitute, Jeremiah Nanton, who knocks it home. Brilliant service, right in front of the keeper. Nothing that Nuri Latham could do. Pardon me, that's actually another substitute. Oh, sorry, I had it right the first time. Excuse me, Jeremiah Nanton. Always go with your gut. Nanton rose to meet it. And now they'll be feeling comfortable, Trinidad and Tobago. As it stands, they move to 6 points. We got Antigua and Barbuda on 4. This Bermuda side also on 4. But Antigua and Barbuda finish with 3 goals scored, 2 allowed. Bermuda currently 3 goals scored and 4 goals allowed. So they would be on the outside looking in, -1 goal differential. Trinidad would win the group. Antigua and Barbuda would be in second in the group. So one game to be then played tomorrow between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, just to round out League B Group E play. Fed through, gathered by the keeper, Latham. Oh, and a yellow shown here for the foul against Carter Thomas. Pardon me. Jayon Wolf. Jayon Wolf in the book. There wasn't a lot in that. You could understand his frustration, but a free kick coming nonetheless for Trinidad and Tobago. Low line drive of a free kick. Doesn't sneak through. Still bounding around a bit. Falls nicely in the middle for a moment. Change being readied for Trinidad and Tobago. See if they get it in here. Change coming for Bermuda as well. That'll be all for Kevez Quintero on the side of Trinidad and Tobago, replaced by Aiden Jones. And for Bermuda, that's all for Azai Dyer. He is replaced by Justin Franco. Good step defensively to win that one for Bermuda. Cooling break now in this second half with Trinidad and Tobago up by a 2-0 scoreline, having tacked onto their lead in this second half. Look at how that second goal went in. The header at the near post, well done. Off the corner. They've been dangerous on set pieces, finally put one home. Ready for the action to begin again out of the cooling break. Try on the volley here, pulled wide by the new substitute, Aiden Jones. Yellow card being shown on the bench to Reagan Rowe. Just over 10 minutes remaining now. Starting to take shape. The top teams around the various groups of this tournament. Trinidad and Tobago look to be among the class of League B. 2-0 win yesterday against Antigua and Barbuda. 2-0 lead today. And tomorrow they face the bottom team in this group in their final match, Barbados, who fell 3-2 against Bermuda and fell 3-0 against Antigua and Barbuda pretty good chance Trinidad and Tobago are a perfect 3-0-0 with 9 points through this group. Seems like the only question here in this one is what the official final score will be. Jeremiah Nanton to the corner. Whipped in. Dangerous ball across. Comes all the way through. Nice touch. Chance to get it on goal, but over the bar. Flicked on by Jeremiah Nanton. Contact there. It'll just be a throw for Trinidad and Tobago. Player down though for the Silco Warriors. Bermuda made a change during that stoppage moments ago. Swan and Mead Chaz coming on for Carter Thomas. Played through, flag stays down. Looking to make it 3. Trinidad and Tobago, not to be, not in that moment. Pressure though still up.
Run!
5 to go in this one. Trinidad and Tobago scored in the opening few minutes and never looked back. Chances few and far between for Bermuda. Down the wing from Franco. Here's Chaz. Toward the corner for Franco.
Yes, come across.
To De Silva.
Never went out for throw.
And the moment gone.
High starter position. High starter position. Justin, stay up. Stay
Here
up.
come 3 changes for Trinidad and Tobago. This will empty the rest of their bench. Matthew Lee Young, Kyan Anderson, Samuel Balfour coming on. All replacing Sebastian James, Darren Blackman, and O'Shea Watson. So the bench fully in use here for Trinidad and Tobago. It's wise. The group is 1, unless they were to have a 3-goal collapse here. The group has been 1, and they still have to play tomorrow. They'll have a knockout game beyond that. So now getting some other players some minutes, and your main guys who have carried you to this point, a much-needed breather. With 4 minutes in stoppage to play. Played out to the left side by Aiden Jones. Seemed like he had a better option to the right side. It still nearly worked out on the shot from Jalen Roberts. Just that Samuel Balfour was wide open. Might have been in alone had the pass gone right. Cutting in field is Franco. He salvaged something here for Bermuda. Free kick coming.
Second ball, go! Levi! Second ball!
Crash the box. We need runners across the keeper. Someone get to the
Levi Williams been largely untested today. But they need to do something here off of this set piece.
Second ball by 4. React for that second ball.
Don't leave a space between your hand and your body. Okay?
Don't worry, Levi, you offside. You offside, Levi. Hey, you offside. That's it.
3 in the wall. A striker right on the keeper.
Hey, Jalen, mark up there.
Free kick whipped in toward that back post, but cut out by a defender of Trinidad and Tobago before it gets through. And no trouble here for Levi Williams. Through on the left wing from Nanton, looking back that way. Nanton, who has a header goal already. Right back the other way for Bermuda. Final minute of the 70 now, plus whatever stoppage has in store. And that may be the closest they've come. John Wolf getting into the area there.
That's too easy.
Go, Josh, go, Josh. Curve run, curve run. Max, well done, and we've won it. Power KRE. Well done, Sally. You're done, Chad.
3 minutes of stoppage tacked on. Just trying to navigate this seamlessly now if you're Trinidad and Tobago. The group has already won. Tomorrow you have another match to play. Meanwhile, for Bermuda, it's going to come to an end here. The third of their 3 matches. 0-0 draw in the opener. A win yesterday against Barbados. A loss here. 4 points they end on. With the goal differential not in their favor, and they will be done. Whipped in from substitute Kyan Anderson, back out wide. Over the top from Balfour. Does stay in play. James, the end line. Been a statement here from Trinidad and Tobago at the U-15 level. Seen a lot of success from them recently, going up the ranks, U-17, U-20, and the senior level. Starting to trickle down. Player pool widening. The consistent structure and style, trademark to them, is becoming more and more known throughout the levels. We're seeing a lot of their young players going professional abroad, rather than just staying domestic, semi-pro in Trinidad and Tobago. Starting to pay dividends here at the international level. One last try to make it 3. Already scored on one corner. It would just be window dressing and an exclamation point now. Curled in, ball loose, cleared away. There's the final whistle. Trinidad and Tobago take it 2-0 over Bermuda. They clinch the top spot in League B Group E of the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. A look back at the full-time highlights from Trinidad and Tobago's victory by a 2-0 scoreline over Bermuda. This was Bermuda's third and final game of group play, having played 3 straight days in a row. Perhaps that did take its toll on them. They didn't look themselves in this one after a 3-goal outburst yesterday. Meanwhile, for Trinidad and Tobago, it was just their second game in as many days. They'll play their third game tomorrow. They needed to win to clinch the top spot in the group, and they did exactly what they needed to do. In the early going, they were pressuring, and they would finally break through. Reagan Rowe clips it for Adesa Richardson, who heads it home. That made it 1-0 in the early stages of the first half. And then from that point on, they were in total control of the affair. Never really threatened once by Bermuda. Only ever looked as if they would tack on, and they would do so to the tune of just the 1 goal, but that one enough. Meanwhile, Bermuda needed to have at least a draw in this game to finish top 2, with Antigua and Barbuda already in the clubhouse, so to speak, with 4 points through 3 matches and a +1 goal differential. Any sort of loss here was going to be it for Bermuda, and that was the case. Trinidad and Tobago take it 2-0. And at the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago end up as your winners of the group on 6 points. Another late try here on the free kick for Bermuda. Eventually the goal would come for Trinidad and Tobago. That would make it 2. Set pieces were clicking for them. Not here off the free kick, but off the corner kick. That's where Jeremiah Nanton, the substitute, would find his goal. Pressure down the right side from O'Shea Watson. Helped generate another chance here for Reagan Rowe. Save made by Nuri Latham. And from the corner, Sebastian James curls it in, right in front of the keeper, headed home by the substitute, Jeremiah Nanton, off to the corner to celebrate. Trinidad and Tobago cruise in the end over Bermuda, finishing with a 2-0 scoreline. Could have been more. Antigua and Barbuda will get through in second in the group, but it was all Soko Warriors here this afternoon. A 2-0 win yesterday, identical scoreline here today. So through 2 matches, 6 points, 4 goals, none conceded. Trinidad and Tobago really showing like they're one of the top teams in League B and perhaps poised to migrate back up to League A the next time this tournament comes around 2 years from now. Still opportunities to tack on late, but they would just be content in the end, finishing with the 2-0 victory in this one over Bermuda. Late spark from the substitute coming on as well, Kyan Anderson. Handshakes all around, 2-0 win for Trinidad and Tobago. And that'll do it for us here for League B Group E action on the day. There was a lot to be settled coming into the day, and we settled it. Trinidad and Tobago win the group. Antigua and Barbuda finish in second in the group. Bermuda and Barbados both eliminated. Stick with us here. More action to come the rest of the day and the rest of this week in the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship.
Day 5 of the 2025 Concacaf Boys U-15 Championships continues with League B action from Aruba as the British Virgin Islands take on St. Kitts and Nevis. Great to have you with us from sunny Oranjestad on Aruba's west coast. My name is Alex Heinert, looking forward to this clash of fellow Caribbean nations on a trademark, warm, windy day on the Happy Islands. It has not necessarily been a happy competition for these two sides thus far, as both the British Virgin Islands and St. Kitts and Nevis have yet to earn a result in Group F. Group leaders Guatemala and the Dominican Republic have already secured passage to the knockout stage after 2 wins out of 2 over these squads in action now. So while the quarterfinals are officially off limits for the BVI and St. Kitts and Nevis, both will be motivated to finish their stay in Aruba on a positive note. You see the standings as is. Guatemala and Dominican Republic will play on this field next. But first it is the BVI and St. Kitts and Nevis. We'll continue to set the scene for this matchup following the national anthems, God Save the King and O Land of Beauty. Excellent stuff here from Aruba. That, of course, was not God Save the King. That was O Beautiful Virgin Islands, which is the territorial anthem for the BVI, although God Save the King is their official anthem as a territory of Great Britain. Let's take a look at today's opening 11 now for the BVI. Cassandra Gregg has made 3 changes to the side that lost 4-0 to the Dominican Republic 24 hours ago, including in goal, where Trevin Stevens earns his first start of the competition. Albie Lawton and Kyrique Matthew also slot in from the start for the first time at these championships. Both keepers will actually captain their respective sides today. Stevens in the blue wearing the armband for the BVI. It'll be Brian Collins for St. Kitts and Nevis. There was Brian in the neon going out of shots. Collins started the opening match for the Sugar Boys. He saved a penalty against the DR on Monday. You see St. Kitts and Nevis in the red and the green with the black numerals, trying to get off on the right foot. There you see our match referees today. Ray Torres will have the whistle, Ray from Puerto Rico. Ricardo McKenzie and Javier Burgos will have the flags. McManaman Budo will serve as our fourth official. This is the final match for these two sides in the competition, both already eliminated from knockout stage play. But that does not mean that there is still not a lot to play for. Even though the quarterfinals are officially off limits, you know both will be motivated to finish their stay here in Aruba on a positive note. Here's the starting 11 for St. Kitts and Nevis. 5 alterations today from Travis Rogers, including the return of Collins in goal and a first start of the tournament for Lajarni Byron and Isaiah Tennell Palmer. Toronto FC 2 product Josiah Nias is one to watch in defense, the number 6 at the back 5. Only 140 miles of the Caribbean Sea separate these two island neighbors. BVI located just to the east of Puerto Rico, and St. Kitts and Nevis further to the southeast. A direct flight from the capital Basseterre to Tortola takes less than an hour. There's nothing to separate them really in the standings besides goal difference coming into this contest. And as you mentioned, even though the knockout stages are not in play for either, there is still much to play for. Both of these sets of young men will want to finish this tournament well, will want to make some memories for them, their families, their friends who are watching back home and here in Oranjestad. It's a great occasion today. And we are set to get started. The third match, the first of 2 in Group F, as we begin to close the curtain in League B's group stage. British Virgin Islands in the yellow and green, St. Kitts and Nevis in the red and green. Moments away from opening kickoff here in Aruba. Ray Torres blows the whistle and we are underway. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from. The British Virgin Islands attacking left to right. It is the first U-15 championships that the BVI have competed in the more competitive second division. They were playing in League C in 2017, 2019, and 2023. The Nature Boys, as they're known, were humbled a bit in their opener on Monday. They were defeated 9-1 by Guatemala, but they responded with a much better performance against the Dominican Republic yesterday. They still lost 4-0, but they showed some positive signs of fight and spirit. Meanwhile, St. Kitts and Nevis have been in the second division for 4 straight U-15 championships now. Even though they've been more competitive scoreline-wise than the BVI in this tournament, they do still find themselves in the same position as their island neighbors to the northwest. The Sugar Boys dropped a 4-0 decision to the DR to open the competition. They also showed improvement, though, in their second match. And an early shot on goal hits off the post. Great hustle that time to follow up. Trevin Stevens coming across to prevent the tap-in. An early warning shot from St. Kitts and Nevis. This is Trevin Stevens' first match of the competition. Not sure if he thought that initial shot was going far clear. He was able to do enough to push it onto the post, and then all hands to the pump to keep it out. St. Kitts and Nevis, by the way, have not scored in this competition. We mentioned they lost 4-0 to Dominican Republic to open things. They lost just 1-0 to Guatemala. Again, a big change from what we saw on match day 1. St. Kitts and Nevis proving to be a solid defensive outfit. We'll see if they can get the offense to spark here today for the first time this tournament. Nice turn at the top of the box by Adondre Eddy, the number 10. Guilty of a pullback, though, on the play. Jarni Byron there nearly able to keep it in play. Ball just rolled out beyond the touchline. Nice mazy run this time. That's Oscar Hardy playing it out wide. The flag, though, does go up on the near side. Shamari Leonard had just strayed beyond the last line of defense for St. Kitts and Nevis. Nice feet there by Hardy to break through a couple lines of defense. Actually, that was number 16, Albie Lawton. I will apologize in advance if we do get a few identifications wrong today. The green numerals without the trim on the yellow with the bright sun of Aruba beating down will make it a little difficult to check in on what Coach Cass's squad, who actually is who at times today. We'll certainly do our best, though. You saw there a moment ago Cassandra Gregg, who's been a part of the coaching setup on the British Virgin Islands for over 30 years now. Certainly a big part of the BVI's youth setup, whether U17, U15, both boys and girls. St. Kitts and Nevis back in possession. Good early ball forward, chested down, but right back in possession of the British Virgin Islands and hoofed clear. Here's Collins, the captain, rolling this out. It is a windy day. You can hear in the effects mics the breeze blowing through. Winds in the teens, but can gust into the 20s. We've seen that throughout this tournament. The wind blowing really at the backs of St. Kitts and Nevis as they attack. More from right to left than anything. More of a crosswind, really, but might aid the team in red here in this first half before they switch sides after the opening 35 minutes. St. Kitts and Nevis on the attack. Dogged defending back there by the BVI. It will set up a corner, however. That's Carlin Stewart in the sunglasses, helping to get it out of touch. An outswinger on the way from St. Kitts and Nevis here in the 7th minute. An early opportunity from this set piece. Low cross into the mixer, popped up that time by Miles Penn. Well, not convincingly cleared. St. Kitts and Nevis can come again. BVI ready for that challenge. Tyreek Charles trying to hold it up. Controlled once again by St. Kitts and Nevis. Good step that time. There was Travis Rogers. Been at this post since the early part of this year. Good strength in midfield from St. Kitts and Nevis to win that ball back, and now eventually whistled for an infraction. Was one of the BVI midfielders. I think that was Penn, who did captain the side for the first 2 matches of this tournament. Handing the armband over to Trevin Stevens now in goal. Johnny Prevost had started the last 2 games for Cassandra Gregg. As Andre Eddy trying to make something happen down this left flank. Back to Joshua Finch. St. Kitts and Nevis with the majority of the ball so far. That's Malik Freeman now. Good long switch of play, but I think that was Eddie that time trying to get it under his spell. Those consistent trade wins, it's been an issue for players across League B to deal with. Again, all of League B, the middle division, here in the 3-division boys U-15 championships in Concacaf taking place here at Aruba on 2 different sites. We're here at the Jose Weaver Stadium in Aranya Stad, the capital, on the west coast of the Happy Island. Geographically, Aruba located just off the Venezuelan coast, only about 18 miles away from South America. These 2 island nations much further north in the Caribbean. Not a long journey, mostly overseas, but not exactly next door to Aruba. Great opportunity for these young men to see a different part of the world. Here was Finch. St. Kitts and Nevis trying to build through Eddie now. Nice 1-2. 3 yellow shirts around Adondre Eddie. Stewart will allow that to roll out for a goal kick. St. Kitts and Nevis back on the ball now. And they will have a free kick coming up. That was Oscar Hardy whistled for the foul. Second free kick opportunity in this first half. They will take it short and quickly. Cross comes in from the fringes. Good confident keeping this time from Trevin Stevens. It's a convincing punt forward as well, going right into the teeth of the wind. It will be a throw, of course, for St. Kitts and Nevis. And Travis Rogers would have been pleased with the way his side responded after that 4-0 defeat to the Dominican Republic on Monday. And they are in the attack now. Adondre Eddie squaring it across. Stevens made the initial stop, but this will roll across. St. Kitts and Nevis with the breakthrough in the 11th minute. Their first goal of the competition. From back to front quickly over the final line of defense. Adondre Eddie doing well to get that ball down. And his centering feed touched home by Isaiah Bradshaw. Third consecutive start for Bradshaw. And he gets St. Kitts and Nevis on the board for the first time at these U-15 championships. Quick hydration break following that goal. Again, temperatures are in the high 80s. And the trade winds keeping things cool for these players. But this is their 3rd match in 3 days. A chance for both of these teams to just reassess as things change a bit following that goal. Stevens here getting attended to. And he and Bradshaw collided as Bradshaw was going for that ball. Another look at the goal a moment ago. Really quick back to front action from St. Kitts and Nevis. Give Eddie credit, that was not an easy ball to bring down on the bounce. Good composure though, And then a lovely square pass across. Isaiah Bradshaw waiting for it to tap it in. And Stevens doing his best to keep it out. See the wrap being applied to Stevens' hamstring. Ray Torres keeping an eye on the clock. Between the hydration break and the injury stoppage, you'd expect a fair bit of stoppage time to be added here at the end of the opening 35 minutes. Stevens a little gingerly getting back to his feet. Something to think about for Cassandra Gregg. And her goalkeeper, her captain, who's playing in his first match of this competition. A little bit banged up after conceding a moment ago. So it is St. Kitts and Nevis, the Sugar Boys, earning their first tally of the competition. Isaiah Bradshaw off a lovely feed from Adondre Eddy to make it 1-0. How do the British Virgin Islands respond now? They have struggled at times to keep the ball out of the back of the nets. 13 total goals conceded in the opening 2 matches, and now 14 after that strike by Bradshaw. It is the team in yellow in possession now. Albie Lawton trying to weave through. First bit of defending required from St. Kitts and Nevis, and perhaps the break on. The Sugar Boys on the attack once again, foiled at the last moment as the cross was denied. It will be a corner. There was Bradshaw, the goal scorer. A big opposing figure inside the 18-yard box. Carlin Stewart getting the marking duties. And Stevens being attended to just moments ago. We'll see if they put this cross right near the 6, or perhaps they will go short, as we see. Trying to change the angle. Shot from the top of the box on the deck, took a wicked deflection, and eventually cleared away. I think that was Malik Freeman who had the initial chance. And that is Stewart who is down on the field of play now. One of the BVI's defenders. You see him there. I think just the follow through that time by Freeman caught him in a place that you do not want to be caught. Good to see Carlin back on his feet. 17th minute here in Aruba. 1-0 St. Kitts and Nevis on top. Isaiah Bradshaw the goal some 6 minutes prior. Joshua Nias now, the Toronto FC 2 player, wearing the number 6. He's moved up into midfield in possession. This is Nias doing the defending. Good composure there from the BVI, but it's one right back from the team in red. The national motto of the British Virgin Islands is "Be vigilant." I think that would be the cry here today. They need to be in this first half with the wind in their face, and St. Kitts and Nevis attacking once again. Good turn, that's excellent work to get the cross away. It finds Bradshaw, poked away, Nias. Good block that time from the BVI's back line. Danger not quite gone yet. Oscar Hardy eventually able to get it near midfield where it's picked off by Joshua Finch. His shot from distance wide in the end. Another dangerous attack though from St. Kitts and Nevis, putting the pressure on the British Virgin Islands. Finch, who has started every match in this tournament for Travis Rogers, just missing the mark. Byron's ball toward Brashaw, headed forward. Hardy trying to shields. Eddie, who's got the assist in this match. Guilty of a high boot, I would believe, this time. Neither of these island nations have ever competed at a senior men's World Cup. British Virgin Islands, though, did make the first round, beyond the first round of World Cup qualifying for the first time in their history during this particular cycle. They defeated the U.S. Virgin Islands on penalties to make it to the next round. They did lose all 4 matches without scoring. They conceded 11 times in the second round in a group featuring Jamaica, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Dominica. Good defending at the back on the long ball, composed. That was Freeman tapping it back to Collins. Here comes St. Kitts and Nevis once again. One goal to the good already for the side in red. Looking for another. That's Nias. Playing it back to Kamari Francis. Finch's ball broken up. Illegally so. I think that was Eddie that was fouled. Albie Lawton once again getting a foot in. Another break here. This might be the official hydration break. I'm going to say after the previous goal from Bradshaw, the stoppage was just for Stevens. It did feel like 11 minutes into this match was a bit early to break for water. They will do so now at the midway point of this first half. Priceless moments for these teams now, midway through the first, to discuss and reassess. You would imagine Travis Rogers, the happier of the 2 managers so far. And his side have had the majority of possession. They've created a number of chances both in transition and when they've had the ball deep in the attacking third through possession. On the other hand, outside of pretty good individual effort by Adondre Eddy to Isaiah Bradshaw, the British Virgin Islands have done a nice job defending, conceding just once in the opening 20. They trailed 5-0 at the half to Guatemala in that 9-1 defeat on Monday. They were down 3-0 at the break to the Dominican Republic on Tuesday.
They are playing long.
I mentioned the British Virgin Islands making some history on the senior national team side. St. Kitts and Nevis did so this past year as well. They qualified, actually 2 years ago, they qualified for the Gold Cup for the first time in 2023. That followed a strong Nations League campaign that saw them earn promotion to the 2nd division. Neither side has a long history of honors on the senior side or at youth level. But the sport is certainly growing in both places. Nias' shot, they're calling handball and it is given. Penalty to St. Kitts and Nevis. Joshua Nias' shot from outside the box off the free kick routine strikes the arm of a BVI defender. Oh, it's a tough break at that time. Carlin Stewart just trying to get in front of the shot, turned his body and left an arm out. And now a golden opportunity for Adondre Eddy to double the advantage for St. Kitts and Nevis midway through this first half. Big test for Trevin Stevens. It will be the left foot of Eddy from the spots with a chance to make it 2. And Eddy does not miss. 2-0 to St. Kitts and Nevis. Adondre Eddy adding a goal to his earlier assist in this match. He went for placements. Nothing Stevens could do about that. Cool finish that time from the number 10 in red. Again, unfortunate for Carlin Stewart and the BVI that time. But the shot was traveling goalwards. It struck his arm. And Adondre Eddy made no mistake. So 2-0 now in favor of St. Kitts and Nevis. Again, both of these sides have been eliminated from the competition. They can't qualify for the quarterfinals, which will begin on Friday in League B. But you know how much it would mean to get a victory here. Either side would relish a chance to get a result. Obviously scoring a couple of goals, huge for St. Kitts and Nevis. The British Virgin Islands have scored in this tournament. Noah Salt getting one against Guatemala in the second half, a late consolation. Salt starting on the bench today, just as he did in that match as well. Conceding penalties was a problem for the British Virgin Islands in that match against Guatemala. They conceded a couple in that contest, two coming in quick succession late in the first half. Guatemala converted both of them. Another penalty conceded and slotted away here today. It has been that kind of week for the BVI in defense, but still plenty of match left, over 45 minutes to go in this contest. And as a reminder, we play two 35-minute halves here at the U-15 level. St. Kitts and Nevis in the ascendancy. They've got the wind at their back here in this first half, and they have taken full advantage.
Hey, big show.
25 minutes gone in the opening stanza. St. Kitts and Nevis, the 2-0 edge over the British Virgin Islands. Looking for more now. Here is Eddy. Bradshaw poked away. Good defending back there. The outlet, though, only finds Joshua Finch. That's a long switch that was intercepted. Perhaps the break on now. The British Virgin Islands trying to get something going. Well done on that far side by Kamami Newton, just to prevent anything from happening in transition against his side. That is Shamari Leonard. He's needing some attention, getting that right leg stretched out.
Quick. Corey.
Leonard started the BVI's first match of this tournament against Guatemala. Didn't start last match against the Dominican Republic. See the calf being attended to on the right leg. And this is the third match in 3 days for these young men in hot conditions. And Ranyastad right now, the temperature right around 86 degrees. Winds gusting up to 22 miles an hour. It is the dry season in Aruba. This is a country that boasts over 300 days of sun per year. It's a hot, semi-arid climate, not a tropical one. More scrubland than rainforest in this island paradise. And Leonard back on his feet and off, awaiting his return when Ray Torres allows. St. Kitts and Nevis trying to take advantage now, up a man. Again, lovely 1-2, good combination play from St. Kitts and Nevis in attack. Adondre Eddy eventually playing it across. Good build up, it's Finch once again. Out to the far side, St. Kitts and Nevis looking for another. 2 goals already to the good in this first half. Finch. Playing catch with Eddy on the far side. Calmly back to Kamari Francis. This is Newton. Nias from distance, just missing the far post. Not a bad effort from Joshua Nias. It was his shot from just outside the 18 that struck the arm of Carlin Stewart, which led to that goal back in the 23rd minute. Now an early change for the British Virgin Islands. Corey Sebastian coming on. Sebastian had started each of the previous 2 matches for Cassandra Gregg, and he will step in for Tyreek Charles. Charles, another regular in the side, as that goal kick goes right to Atandre Eddy. Does look like Noah Salt has also come on, so 2 changes already for the BVI in this opening half. 2 of the 5 allowed. Against Salt, the only British Virgin Islands player to score in this tournament, notching in the second half of that defeat to Guatemala back in their first game on Monday. Nias closed down well, but was able to get the pass away. Here comes St. Kitts and Nevis once again. The little flick. Was it kept in play? It was not. Good hustle by Finch. Another break here. Nearly a half an hour gone in Oranjestad today. St. Kitts and Nevis with a pair of goals. Joshua Nias, a little equipment repair. He was caught a moment ago under pressure. Looks no worse for wear, however. It was Oscar Hardy trying to get forward, one back by Nias. Eddy combining with Nias, taken away by Lawton. Here is Hardy with his head up. Good closing again at the back. Nias up to Bradshaw, who got the first goal today. Johnny Byron, good touch forward. Better defending in the end. Trevin Stevens was frozen on his line that time as Adondre Eddy was closing in. That's a really intelligent ball by Byron. The shot closed down by Bryson Walters, who was coming across. I thought for a moment it looked like he got a block in, but the shot perhaps just wide in the end. On its own volition, not with the help of a British Virgin Islands defender. St. Kitts and Nevis, though, have looked in the mood since the opening whistle. A little over 4 minutes plus stoppages until the first half whistle goes. I think St. Kitts and Nevis will not be excited to hear it. They have been dominant in the opening 30 minutes. Remember, the wind will be in their face, though, in the second half. We'll see what that will change for fortunes of the British Virgin Islands. Nias double teamed. Salts along with Sebastian, the 2 substitutes, nearly combining to win that back. Calm and composed, though, St. Kitts and Nevis as they break through. Another nice ball from Byron, finding Eddy. His return a little behind the intended target. As Andre Eddy once again. They found some joy down this left flank at times. The BVI, though, back in possession. Here is Salt. Down the line towards Sebastian. Noah Salt asking a little bit too much from his fellow substitute on that occasion. St. Kitts and Nevis back in the opposition half once again. Good ball, the layoff. The shot right at Stevens. Good build-up play, though, once again from St. Kitts and Nevis. That was Bradshaw, whose goal in the 11th minute opened the scoring. Good hustle by Saltz on the far side. It'll be a throw, though, for the opposition wearing red. Travis Rogers looking on. His side has been in control really from the opening whistle today. Final minute of normal time in this first half. Still 2-0. St. Kitts and Nevis on top. Isaiah Bradshaw and Adondre Eddy from the penalty spot. The 2 goals in this first half. Still time for another before we hit the interval from either side. The British Virgin Islands will have a throw. St. Kitts and Nevis on the attack again. Forced out wide this time. Stevens had the near post covered. The shot from Isaiah Tennell Palmer, though, did take a deflection. It'll be another corner. Third corner of this first half for St. Kitts and Nevis. Both of their previous corners have been on the deck as we've hit first half stoppage time. Ball lofted into the box, headed into the dirt and eventually cleared. As you see, 2 minutes of stoppages have been added by Ray Torres. I'm surprised it's not more. Throw by Finch. Took a bounce in and then quickly went back out of play. Again, the wind helping. Another 50-50 ball won by St. Kitts and Nevis. Down to the byline, the cross. Byron. Eddie. Looks like he tried to dummy that for a moment. It eventually will be cleared. You can hear Coach Cass imploring her team, just kick the ball. Kick the ball down the field in those situations. Don't allow St. Kitts and Nevis to be all over you like they've been. Nothing wrong with Route 1 at times. Chance for one more attack now. St. Kitts and Nevis looking for a third. This is Eddy. Adondre Eddy, nice ball in front. Great save by Stevens. Nias that time, his shot blocked. It eventually cleared out. Offside flag went up anyway, and that will be the final act of the opening 35 minutes. An impressive first half from St. Kitts and Nevis. 2 goals to the good for the island nation. Isaiah Bradshaw and Adondre Eddy with the tallies. Eddy set up Bradshaw in the 11th minute, then fired home from the penalty spot 12 minutes later. Halftime here in Aruba. A sweet first half for the Sugar Boys. They lead 2-0 over the British Virgin Islands. Back in a moment with highlights from Oranje Stad. The final match day in Group F in League B underway from Aruba. Both the British Virgin Islands and St. Kitts and Nevis know that their tournament will not continue after today, but still playing for pride this afternoon in Oranje Stad. Welcome back to Stadium Jose Weaver in Oranjestad, Aruba. Getting set for the start of the second half between the British Virgin Islands and St. Kitts and Nevis, League B, Group F. Final match day in this competition of the group stage. Alex Heinrich with you. You see the British Virgin Islands making their final 3 changes of this contest. Devin Daly, Odney Gangu, and Quinn Pascoe all checking in. So Cassandra Gregg going into her bench as they trail this contest 2-0 to St. Kitts and Nevis. 5 starters that have been moved: Tyreek Charles, Shamari Leonard, Kenroy William, Albie Lawton, Kyrique Matthew now on the bench after starting for the BVI today. They certainly need something to jumpstart their attack. They will have the wind at their back in the second half. You see the breeze blowing right to left here in Aruba. St. Kitts and Nevis utilized that to great effect in the opening 35. They had the majority of the ball, the vast majority, nearly all of the chances. The Sugar Boys able to take advantage of 2 opportunities. They created several more. Their first 2 goals of this tournament going to Isaiah Bradshaw and Adondre Eddy. And both of these teams will be unable to catch the 2 squads who will play next on this pitch, the Dominican Republic and Guatemala. And those 2 sides already on 6 points, not points for the BVI and for St. Kitts and Nevis. Adondre Eddy, who was great in that first half, a goal and an assist, nearly had 2. Closed down this time by the team in yellow. Again, it is the British Virgin Islands in yellow and green, attacking right to left. St. Kitts and Nevis in the red and green and white, going left to right. Ball punted forward. Bradshaw putting some pressure on. Isaiah Bradshaw, good strength. Unable to get the shot away. It falls kindly, though. Tipped over the bar by Stevens. But Jarny Byron, who had not started prior to today, joining in the attack as Bradshaw again shows off that strength and skill. The clearance attempt took a nice bounce for Byron. Might have been rising above the bar, but Stevens wasn't going to allow that to creep underneath just in case. Another corner on the way for St. Kitts and Nevis. And once again, they go short. Cross towards the back post, over the head of everybody. It'll be a goal kick this time. Andrell Wilkinson with the attempt from outside the box to try and find a head of a player in red. Trevin Stevens, who was attended to a couple of times in that first half, has gone with the compression shorts versus the wrap around that hamstring that was troubling him. See if he has a save to make here. St. Kitts and Nevis once again attacking. Joshua Nias, another shot from distance that took a deflection. Stevens always behind it, though he had to shuffle his feet a bit to make sure that didn't sneak past. Nias with an eye for goal here today. Long ball forward. Brian Collins forced into a defending role, trying to shield that ball out. Well done by the St. Kitts and Nevis captain. Victor Hart Jr. started in goal last match for the Sugar Boys. Collins, who started initially against the Dominican Republic, comes back in today. Victor Hart and this defense did well for themselves in that match against Guatemala, only conceding once to a side that had scored 9 times against this BVI team the day previous. Joshua Perez's goal in the 29th minute, enough to earn 3 points. BVI continuing with the issue of keeping the ball out of the back of the net. Can Can they find some joy in attack now? That's the question. And get back in this contest. Again, the wind blowing from right to left, but also from the top of your screen to the bottom. Always going to be difficult to keep that bouncing ball in that time near the touchline. St. Kitts and Nevis on the attack once more. Stevens closing down any opportunity. Another long goal kick that will go out near the corner flag. It'll be a throw. This could be an opportunity if the BVI wants to press and try and hem St. Kitts and Nevis back. Foul committed here on this near touch line by Miles Penn. Oscar Hardy set to get this rolling again for the British Virgin Islands. Ball into the box, just over the head of Salt. Nias trying to lead the break the other way. The way things are going, that might be the British Virgin Islands' best opportunity. Something from a set piece. They've struggled to create much in open play. St. Kitts and Nevis have had the lion's share of possession. They've not really been troubled on the defensive ends. Ball struck the hand of a BVI midfielder. This time it'll be a free kick for the team in red. Stevens a little fumble that time, but was able to recover quickly, and the danger passes. Another excellent ball forward to get the British Virgin Islands in business, but it does roll just beyond the touchline on the far side. Quick restart for St. Kitts and Nevis as they try and build on this 2-0 advantage. This would be a good result for them, closing out Group F on a high note. They have looked confident and composed. 2 well-taken goals, 1 from open play, 1 from the penalty spot. They might have some defending to do. No, the offside flag will go up. Kaimami Newton quickly forward. Taken down well by Bradshaw. Out wide, Tanel Palmer. Stevens quick to react. Another long ball forward. This has become quite the weapon in this second half. The wind at the back of Trevin Stevens has allowed him to get a few extra meters on those goal kicks. That's something St. Kitts and Nevis will have to be ready for. The BVI haven't been able to capitalize yet, but they still have 27 minutes left in this half to try and do something. St. Kitts and Nevis in full flow once again. 3 in the attack. Eddie was the intended target from Bradshaw. The British Virgin Islands repel the initial foray forward. Nias dumped this time. That's the best way to say it, by Miles Penn. Got a face full of rubber pellets here on the turf at Jose Weaver Stadium. He has been impressive today, Josiah Nias. Playing in the center of midfield for St. Kitts and Nevis. Travis Rogers trusting him with some of the holding duties. He's been an attacking threat as well. Again, his shot set up the penalty kick midway through that first half. Good defending by the British Virgin Islands, but it's St. Kitts and Nevis right back in possession. That's been the story of this contest. Another early ball forward, taken down by no assault. Tried to roll that in the direction of Akori Sebastian. Salt lofting it forward again. Caden Freitas' ball rolling around. Just not happening today for the BVI. Here comes St. Kitts and Nevis once again. Great pace down this left flank. That shot just missing. Another opportunity in transition for Adondre Eddy. He has been one of the, if not the, best player on the pitch this afternoon for either side. He had Bradshaw to aim for, decided to go for goal himself. Tough angle, though, to try and beat Stevens, who did well. Good positioning that time from the BVI keeper. Another dangerous chance here. Stevens, penalty. Trevin Stevens came out, took down the man. Ray Torres points to the spot. And for the second time today, St. Kitts and Nevis will have a chance to add to their advantage. It was Isaiah Tennell Palmer who was coming in on goal. And Stevens will be shown a yellow card for the challenge. A nice through ball. That's a case where Stevens doesn't get any of the ball and all of the man. Easy decision from our match referee. Good pace from Tennell Palmer to get past that back line. It was a lovely weighted ball as well. Tennell Palmer might just need a moment. It's his first start of the tournament. He's caused some problems down the right flank, while Eddie has done most of his work down the left. That's a break for Stevens that time. Knew he had to come for the ball. Didn't get there. Cleaned out Tennell Palmer. And now we'll have another St. Kitts and Nevis player staring at him from 12 yards out. And it looks like it's going to be Joshua Nias to take this. Adondre Eddy took the first penalty. Low into the keeper's left. We'll see where the Toronto FC2 product goes with this second penalty kick. Again, the fourth penalty conceded by the BVI in this tournament. Their opponents are 3 for 3. We'll see what Nias does here. Oh, saved off the post, but in. Trevin Stevens got a hand to it, got it to the woodwork, but there was too much power behind the strike from Joshua Nias, and it's 3-0 St. Kitts and Nevis. Just as Eddie's penalty was, Nias went to the keeper's left. Frustration for Stevens, but another goal for the Sugar Boys. Joshua Nias adding his name to the score sheet. He drew the first penalty with that shot from outside the box that hit the arm of Carlin Stewart. He scores the second. $16 goals now conceded by the BVI in this tournament. 9 in match day 1, 4 on match day 2, and now 3 here today. And still with 20+ minutes to go. Loose touch, one back by the British Virgin Islands. Salt tries the through ball in the direction of Miles Penn. It was Collins off his line to clear. You can hear the British Virgin Islands technical staff telling Miles Penn, don't wait, make the run. It was a good early ball that time from Salt to try and play in the young man who had captained this side in the 2 previous matches. St. Kitts and Nevis trying to get something going in transition. Stevens' clearance up to the halfway stripe. Here's Nias, St. Kitts and Nevis' latest goal scorer on the ball. St. Kitts and Nevis, the smallest sovereign state in the Western Hemisphere in both area and population. They are playing large in stature today, and they draw another free kick. This will be another yellow card. No, this is a straight red. Denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Carlin Stewart's shown red here in the 52nd minute. That's a tough break. And the shove coming in the back against the D'Andre Eddy. He was beyond Stewart. No other yellow shirts were around the area. May feel harsh, but that feels like the correct call from Ray Torres. The foul occurred outside the box. And now changes are coming for St. Kitts and Nevis. Najib Kaberi Kelly coming on, Leslie Thomas. First subs of the game for Travis Rogers. His team now with a free kick. Just 20 yards away, 4 in the wall for the BVI. Eddy and Wilkinson are standing over this. Good save by Stevens. The rebound over the bar. Jervon Stevens had to be quick to react. D'Andre Eddy got it around the wall, hard and low. Stevens was waiting. Good positioning by the young goalkeeper. Tanel Palmer had the rebound opportunity, but skied it over. St. Kitts and Nevis now up a man, up by 3 goals and looking for more. That is Eddy. Oh, and it's 4. Brilliant individual efforts to weave his way around the defense. D'Andre Eddy's seconds of the afternoon. Special moment there as he hits the Diogo Jota celebration in honor and remembrance of the fallen Liverpool striker. Look at this, beats 1, beats 2, and somehow gets it past Stevens at the near post. A special goal from a special player. 2 goals in 4 minutes in this second half, and this game is blown wide open. They might not be done yet. This shot, though, over everything. One of the substitutes there, that was Leslie Thomas with the opportunity. And a tough day once again. Cassandra Gregg made the changes in the first half, tried to switch things up with those 3 subs right at the start of the seconds. The British Virgin Islands have had a couple of opportunities in this second half going long. They have struggled, though, to slow down St. Kitts and Nevis in attack. They have been free-flowing. 2 goals and an assist from Adondre Eddy. Josiah Nias scoring from the penalty spot. Isaiah Bradshaw got all the scoring started back in the 11th minute. We hope for the BVI's sake they can batten the hatches a bit, maybe get one back. Cassandra Gregg was quoted prior to this tournament. She organized a couple of friendly matches for the U-15 sides to play. She said, we just don't get a chance to play against other teams very often. We're so isolated. Even when we try to do friendlies with the U-17s, the older age groups, it doesn't always come off. It's so hard when your dress rehearsal is the tournament itself, and that really has been the case for the BVI this year. Demillion Williams called for the foul. Williams, another one of the subs who just came on a moment ago for Travis Rogers. Final change on the way for the BVI. Mayan Baptiste coming on. He will replace Miles Penn. And that will coincide with a hydration break here midway through this second half, a cooling break in Aruba today. And again, the squad in yellow, it's just not been their day, of course, not been their tournament. And despite the fact they are likely headed to another defeat, their 3rd in 3 days, you know this young squad will still take a lot from this experience. They will learn from it. They will grow from it. They will certainly appreciate the time they've spent playing together as a team here on foreign soil against really quality opposition. Guatemala and the Dominican Republic, who are also in this group, 2 of the favorites to potentially win the whole thing here in League B, both ranked highly in the Concacaf standings for this age group. If you're curious, it's the U-17 rankings that determine which league you are in, as we see Nias' goal from the spot. And Stevens doing his best, but not quite able to get a firm enough hand to it. And then moments later, one of the goals of League B this year, a jinking run from Adondre Eddy, and able to toe poke it past Stevens at the near post to make it 4. And as bad as you feel for the BVI and how things have gone for them this tournament, you feel great for St. Kitts and Nevis, how they have responded today. They lost 4-0 the first match. They lose 1-0 against the Guatemalan team that had put up 9 the day before. They were in that match from start to finish, nearly got something near the end. And now to come out here and put 4 past Trevin Stevens in this British Virgin Islands defense. You know, those are memories these young men will have and carry with them for a long, long time. And you never know. This could be the start of something special for this country. And they have been growing in stature. We mentioned that they had moved up to the Gold Cup for the first time in 2023. They're in the 2nd division of the Nations League now in Concacaf. They just gained their independence in 1983. It's still a young country. Even though it's only about a 10th the size of Rhode Island's, there still is a lot of sporting pride in St. Kitts and Nevis. And they might not be done scoring just yet. Good defending, though, by the BVI on this occasion. Ball won back by the squad in red. Devin Daly held on to by Stevens. In any case, you think about the future for this small island nation. These young players continue to develop. Obviously, there's some talents here on this squad. You could certainly say the same for the British Virgin Islands. Again, these young men, they'll move on and continue their careers Both at home and abroad as another through ball comes in. Stevens ready for this one.
Good
60th minute now here in Aruba. Jose Weaver Stadium, again, the first of 2 matches in Group F today. The 3rd match overall in this stadium as this shot goes right to Stevens. Even though it's been a tough day at the office for Trevin Stevens, he's had to make some good saves. Think about the one on Bradshaw right before the half that kept it 2-0, kept his team in it. Again, the BVI playing down a man after Carlin Stewart was sent off in the 52nd minute. It was an uphill battle. It certainly has been more uphill since for the team in yellow. Have not given up, though. No heads dropping. This team's still fighting until the end. And the BVI has played in the U20 or the U15 championships, excuse me, in the previous 3 editions in a lower division. They've been in the 3rd division. This is their first taste of the 2nd. They'll learn from this experience as another block prevents another goal from coming in. Well, sweet feet here at the top of the box. Everything but the finish, though, that time. I believe that was Azernel Wilkinson up from defense. There is the number 5 in red. Here getting his name on the score sheet. At the other end, the BVI trying to threaten again through that long goal kick from Stevens. Brian Collins, who has yet to make a save today. Quick to react in that sweeper-keeper mold. There is Isaiah Tinnell Palmer. He was the man fouled by Stewart, which resulted in the red card for the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Wilkinson nearly dispossessed that time. Good effort by Mayan Baptiste, one of these second-half subs. Here's Eddie again, one of the stars of the day. Freeman's ball. Goal kick. And as you mentioned, Dominican Republic versus Guatemala for the Group F title, if you will, coming up next here from Aruba. Should be a great match. Again, 2 of the top teams in League B squaring off. Both of those sides have advanced on to the quarterfinals. The only question is who will finish top of the group, who will finish seconds. Again, things will reseed. And they will play those quarterfinals come Friday. Semis on Saturday, championship on Sunday. Good ball across. Great save by Trevin Stevens again. I believe that was Tinnell Palmer who had the opportunity in the box. Bit of a wayward shot that time from Demelion Williams. Trevin Stevens, the captain. He's not had the easiest of days. This was a great reaction save, though, getting low, denying Tinnell Palmer his first of the afternoon. That second match so finely poised. Guatemala and the Dominican Republic each on 6 points after defeating these two sides in back-to-back days. Guatemala +9 in goal difference. Dominican Republic +8. So if it is a draw, it would be Guatemala moving on as the top seed. The DR would have to take seconds.
Aquari. D6. Aquari. When they're building up. 6 and the 8.
Another turnover forced. Stevens, though, right there to collect. 5 minutes left of normal time, plus stoppages in the second half. The curtain closer on Group F for these two sides, nearing its close.
Go chase it. Aquari. D6.
You see confirmation of those subs made by St. Kitts and Nevis a bit ago. They have not dropped to the level. Up a man and on the attack. This is Eddie on a hat trick. Stevens got a hand to it, but it will roll in. It is 5 for St. Kitts and Nevis. It is 3 for Adondre Eddie. Tanel Palmer, a perfect ball. Excellent first time finish from the number 10 in red. 3 goals and an assist for Adondre Eddie today. They have been irresistible when they have been in full flow. Eddie back on the ball. Again, this St. Kitts and Nevis team had not scored in this tournament until today, taking out some of that frustration on the British Virgin Islands. When it comes to the U-17 rankings, again, that's the metric used to determine where these teams slot. These sides are just one place apart. The BVI 22nd, St. Kitts and Nevis 23rd. We expected a tight game today as there's a pullback here and a yellow card coming to no assault. Yeah, but clearly it has been St. Kitts and Nevis on the front foot right from the jump. Final 2 changes on the way for Travis Rogers. Everroy Barnes and Jonathan Phillips will come on. How about a nice round of applause for Adondre Eddie, who gets his hat trick today, and for Joshua Nias, who was at the heart of a lot of the good for St. Kitts and Nevis from midfield. Yeah, well-deserved ovation for those 2 young men. Isaiah Bradshaw had been withdrawn earlier in this half. Another big reason why St. Kitts and Nevis have had it pretty much all their own way this afternoon. Quinn Pascoe trying to lead the break the other way. St. Kitts and Nevis, they have just not allowed the British Virgin Islands any hope coming forward. Here is Everroy Barnes now, just onto the pitch. His first touch to the byline. Good cross in front, off the post, off the keeper, and in. It has been that kind of day for the team in yellow. As bad as it's been for the British Virgin Islands, as hard luck as they've suffered, it's been just as good, just as sweet for the squad in red. Breaking at pace here. Look at this again. Everroy Barnes doing well to elude the advances of Freitas. (6-0). Wilkinson with the goal. He came close earlier. Everybody trying to get in on the act now. We are into second half stoppage time here in Aruba. This was a 2-0 contest at the break. It ends 6-0 as there is the full-time whistle from Ray Torres. St. Kitts and Nevis, a dominant performance to close out their time in Aruba in Group F, League B. 6 goals for the Sugar Boys. Disappointing conclusion for the British Virgin Islands at these U-15 championships. They went down a man in the second half, and Travis Rogers' side made them pay. St. Kitts and Nevis earning their first results of the competition. They will not move on to the quarterfinals that had been decided before the ball was kicked here this afternoon. But they finished their stay in Aruba with aplomb. A hat trick for Adandre Eddy, Isaiah Bradshaw, Joshua Nias, Azarnell Wilkinson all getting in on the scoring act. 6 goals for St. Kitts and Nevis as they put the BVI to the sword here this afternoon to close out their time in Group F at these Concacaf Boys U-15 Championships. Full highlights on the way from Jose Weaver Stadium after this. An impressive performance today from St. Kitts and Nevis here on the final day of the group stage in League B. And the team in red and the team in yellow, the British Virgin Islands, not points coming into this encounter between these two Caribbean nations separated by 140 miles of sea. Right from the jump, it was St. Kitts and Nevis on the front foot. Trevin Stevens and the BVI backline forced to scramble one away in the opening 90 seconds. 11 minutes in, though, St. Kitts and Nevis would find pay dirt. A lovely ball across from Adandre Eddy, finished by Isaiah Bradshaw. That would end 1-0 to the Sugar Boys. It wouldn't be long and they would add a second. Joshua Nias striking the arm of Carlin Stewart, not for the first time that Stewart would be involved. That would send Eddie to the penalty spot. He would not miss from there. The first of 3 for Adondre Eddie. 2-0 at that point in the 23rd minute. St. Kitts and Nevis would search for a third before the half. A couple of decent chances. One from Eddie, one from Bradshaw. The British Virgin Islands defense doing just enough to keep them at bay. Isaiah Tennell Palmer that time also testing Trevin Stevens. And Eddie a part of so much good today, creating another chance for Bradshaw, denied by Stevens on this occasion. In the second half, the British Virgin Islands had a couple of decent looks. Stevens with some long goal kicks that got their offense sparking, but on the other ends, Joshua Nias able to finish from the penalty spot in the 49th minute. That was after Trevin Stevens had taken down Isaiah Tennell Palmer. And this was the incident that saw red for Carlin Stewart, knocking over Eddie with no one in front of him. That sent the British Virgin Islands down to 10 men. And St. Kitts and Nevis would take advantage. The ensuing free kick from Eddie stopped by Stevens, who did have a good game, made some big saves, certainly. He could not stop this, though. Adondre Eddie weaving through traffic and finishing with the toe poke for his third of the day. The hat trick plus the assist. Jarnell Wilkinson, a lovely goal here as well. Actually, this was a good attempt by Wilkinson. He would score a little later on. Another good save by Stevens, a quick reaction save. And it was 4-0, 5-0 at this point now. St. Kitts and Nevis taking advantage of their numerical advantage. This was the hat trick from Eddie, again, his third of the day. That came in the 67th minute. And then just 2 minutes later, it was Ajarnell Wilkinson, after no assault was yellow carded for this pullback, who would make it 6 and give us the ultimate scoreline. 6-0 your final. St. Kitts and Nevis not advancing in the tournament, but finishing on a high note. 3 points to the good for the Sugar Boys. Condolences to the British Virgin Islands, but best of luck to them as that group of young men move forward. Congrats to St. Kitts and Nevis on finishing this tournament the right way. Once again, your final score from Aruba in League B Group F. St. Kitts and Nevis 6, the British Virgin Islands 0. Stay tuned, Dominican Republic versus Guatemala coming up at the top of the hour next. Day 5 of the 2025 Concacaf Boys U-15 Championships concludes with a highly anticipated League B showdown in Aruba as the Dominican Republic and Guatemala face off for top spot in Group F. Great to have you with us once again from Oranjestad on Aruba's west coast. My name is Alex Heinert, coming to you on another gusty summer's afternoon in the Southern Caribbean, ahead of what should be a tremendous encounter between these two League B title contenders. Both the DR and Guatemala have been in imperious form in this tournament thus far, posting dominant wins over fellow Group F combatants St. Kitts and Nevis and the British Virgin Islands over the past 2 days. Each have secured their place in Friday's quarterfinals, but only one can claim first in the group, and with it, a potentially smoother path in the knockout rounds. The Dominican Republic have been the model of consistency this week, earning back-to-back 4-0 victories over Caribbean opposition. Their defense has yet to be breached, and their attack has been powered by Jose Mejia, who has scored 5 goals in those 2 matches and has been one of the stars of this tournament. After failing to get out of their group in League A in 2023, the move back down to League B has suited them as the DR look to be a real threat to lift the trophy on Sunday afternoon. Now, the same could be said, though, for their opposition today. Guatemala have scored the most goals of anyone in League B, including 9 against the British Virgin Islands on Monday. But they've also shown they can earn victory when the going gets tough, as evidenced by their 1-0 win yesterday over a St. Kitts and Nevis side that we saw just score 6 against the BVI earlier this afternoon. Los Chapines were runners-up in the inaugural edition of this tournament, and another run to the final 12 years later could certainly be in play. They would love to take a step closer to that with the victory here this afternoon against a very strong Dominican Republic side who they saw 2 years ago in the group stage in Santo Domingo. Nearly 2 years to the day on the 8th of August, Guatemala won 3-0 that day in Group C. That win clinched second place for Guate and moved them on to the knockout rounds. The stakes not quite as high today. Both sides know they're moving on, but who will be first and who will be second? That will be decided over the next 70 minutes or more. Dominican Republic versus Guatemala. Top honors in Group F decided next after we hear both national anthems here in Aruba on a sunny afternoon. Stay tuned. Stirring stuff here ahead of this encounter between the Dominican Republic and Guatemala. You can see the intensity among both of these 11s as they get set to take the pitch. Guatemala with the slight advantage in this match, knowing that a draw will be enough to see them through as top seed, as goal difference would be in their favor by a solitary goal. Guatemala a +9, Dominican Republic a +8. Let's look at the starting 11 today for the Dominican Republic. Eker Sanchez has made 3 changes from the 4-0 win yesterday against the British Virgin Islands. We see David Rosario maintain his spot in goal. Jorge Cabrera de la Rosa, Rodrigo Linera coming back into the side. Diego Rey as well in midfield. Keep an eye on Camille Castillo, who's got a goal in this tournament. Castillo a part of the DC United youth setup. Our referees today, our center official, Jonathan Layton, who hails from Costa Rica. Brandon Cyrus, Alfredo Chavez will join him as the ARs. Michael Vene from Canada, the 4th official. You see on your right, Carlos Salada, Comunicaciones youth player, wearing the armband. The other 15 wearing blue, Iker Nunez. Nunez wearing the captain's armband for the first time in this tournament after Axel Unvoas was the captain for the DR for the first 2 matches. It is a windy day here in Aruba, right on the coast, gusting up to 25 miles an hour. That will play a factor this afternoon. Guatemala will have the wind behind their backs to start. Aranha known for the trade winds on the west coast as we look at the 11 for Guatemala. 4 changes for Edgar Cotto with Nicolas Merida, Nicolas Torres, Jorge Chone, and Jorge Yol all restored to the 11 after coming off the bench yesterday in the 1-0 victory over St. Kitts and Nevis. Joshua Perez for this Guatemala side has a goal in each game. He scored just before the half-hour mark yesterday to give Guatemala the victory. He's a part of the FC Cincinnati youth team. A number of these players played domestically in Guatemala. Same story for the DR setup. Some good youth teams here in both of these countries. The best of the best in the U-15 ranks getting set to square off now. And as you see, because of the coin flip, it actually will be the Dominican Republic who will have the wind at their back to start. I spoke too soon. There's David Rosario. Ian Flores started the first match of this tournament. Rosario got the nod yesterday. He will start today. And there is the whistle from Jonathan Layton, and we are underway. Great to have you with us this afternoon. A pivotal encounter in League B, Group F, the final match of the group stage in this group. The Dominican Republic and Guatemala, both 2 wins out of 2 in this campaign. For the DR, a pair of 4-0 wins, getting them to this point. Again, yet to concede in this tournament. For Guatemala, they came out like gangbusters in the opening match, a 9-1 win over the British Virgin Islands. They had to fight and scrap and claw to get the 1-0 victory yesterday over St. Kitts and Nevis. We'll see how they fare today. These 2 sides meeting for the second U-15 championship in a row in the group stage on the final day. Guatemala getting the better of the Dominican Republic in 2023 in Santo Domingo. Again, the DR hosted that competition for League A. Both of these sides have, in quotes, been relegated, but really 2 years ago, there were 16 teams in the top division, just 9 this year. If it was still a 16-team League A, both of these squads, who rank 13th and 14th respectively, would be in the top flight. It is Guatemala attacking left to right in the white uniforms. The Dominican Republic doing the defending on this end in the navy and red. An early corner kick for Los Chapines. They will go short. This is Camille Castillo. Oh, correction, I'm sorry. This is Christopher Pakai. Shot from distance by Claudio Albazuris, off the mark. As you mentioned, Guatemala were runners-up to Honduras in 2013 in the inaugural edition of this tournament. They reached the quarterfinals in 2023 in League A. They lost 4-1 to the USA after finishing second in their group, a group that consisted of Panama, Canada, and this Dominican Republic side. Good robust challenge back there by Gail Colon. It will be a foul against the Dominican Republic central defender. A sore one there for Adrian Castillo. Potentially a dangerous free kick for Guatemala. And this is Bakai standing over this. He has a couple of goals to his name in this tournament, both scored in that opener against the BVI. Clipped ball to the top of the box. Eventually dealt with by the Dominican Republic. That's Nicolas Torres in a battle with Jorge Cabrera de la Rosa. And the foul will go against Guatemala on this occasion. Jorge Chone whistled for the infraction. And the equation's simple in this match. Whoever wins, if there is indeed a winner, would win Group F and move on with a higher place onto the knockout stage. Again, it's not quite the same scenario as you see during other major international tournaments where one team plays another and it's predetermined. If you win your group, you play the group runner-up from another group. Things will be reseeded in the quarterfinals. So the winner of Group F know they will have a better chance moving forward than the second place finisher, at least in terms of how these teams fared in the group stage. It doesn't necessarily guarantee an easier path, of course. A lot of good teams here in League B this year. We saw a moment ago Eker Sanchez wearing the red on the Dominican Republic touchline. Edgar Cato standing right there on the technical area, getting a nice touch himself in the white and the blue. Both of these coaches with senior national team caps for their countries. Sanchez now 45, a former goalkeeper. Cato 41, just retired from playing 2 years ago, a former Guatemalan midfielder. As you see, a back three here for the DR in possession. Trying to build out slowly from the back. Here's Adrian Castillo. Play stopped for a foul against the team in white. For the Dominican Republic, we mentioned they were in League A in 2023. They were in Division 2, this division, League B, in the previous two editions of the tournament. They finished bottom of their group 2 years ago. This division just about right for them at this stage in their development. Of course, the Dominican Republic, a baseball-crazy country, so many outstanding Major League Baseball players coming from that island nation. Soccer, though, growing in popularity. Watch out now, this is Quinones driving forward. Good block inside the 18. Nervy moments for the DR backline who've not really been tested in this tournament thus far. Guillermo Quinones putting some pressure on. There's Castillo again, scythed down for the second time in quick succession. That was Luis Manuel Dabas. There you see the number 6 committing the foul. Another free kick from about 40 yards out for Guatemala. Claudio Albazuras and Christopher Pacay standing over this. It'll be the left foot of Albazuras. Too much bend on it, though, as Rosario is happy to claim. Guatemala with most of the possession in the early stages. Good sliding block. That was Dabas getting in the way. Axel and Voas playing it inside, trying to find their main target man, Jose Mejia. 5 goals in the opening 2 matches. Almost a good connection between Mejia and Castillo that time. Good last-ditch defending by Guate. Maxime Kurgal and now Unvoas. Eventually won back by Guatemala. This is Castillo. Shepherded it out that time. Good defending by Gail Colon. First touch for Nicolas Merida. Plays for Deportivo Mixco in their youth setup. Merida not a imposing goalkeeper back there, but a good shot stopper, quick off his line. He and Mario De Paz have split starts through the opening 2 matches. De Paz, who is a part of Comunicaciones. It is Merida, though, who gets the nod. Again, this is the 3rd match in the last 3 days for these 2 sides. And both teams have rotated quite a bit, keeping players fresh, getting them ready for this encounter that will decide their fate moving forward. On the positive, they both will get a day off tomorrow. The quarterfinals will not start until Friday. So a chance to rest legs and be close to full strength come the knockouts, when it will again be 3 matches in 3 days if you do make it to the final. Guatemala building from the back in the 10th minute. Now they go forward through Castillo. Pounced upon quickly by Colon. I can see Guatemala prompting and probing down the left-hand side of the DR's back line. Kai playing it back. That's Chone. Long ball does not find its mark. For Guatemala, this is a country that has had a lot of success over the years, both at the senior national team level and at youth level. And the 4th most populous country in the Americas, the most populous in Central America, 18 million in Guatemala, the 2nd largest country in Central America behind Nicaragua. This past summer, the senior men's national team for Guatemala reached the semifinals of the Gold Cup, defeating Canada in the quarterfinals. They'd lose 2-1 to the United States. Luis Fernando Tena doing a fantastic job with Guatemala as Los Chapines search for their first World Cup appearance. Jorge Yol now. Danger not gone just yet. Ball in the box. Adrian Castillo snatching at that just a bit that time. He had more space and time than he perhaps thought. Claudio Albazuris on the cross. Castillo found himself in acres of space. Couldn't get the half volley to come down, though. Again, Castillo, who captained this Guatemala side for the first 2 matches of the tournament, giving the armband to Carlos Salada for this contest. Best chance of the match so far. Still scoreless, though, between Guatemala and the Dominican Republic. These sides have combined to score 18 goals in their respective 2 matches apiece in this tournament. They've conceded just 1. And with all due respect to the British Virgin Islands and St. Kitts and Nevis, they have been the class of this group. And 2 of the highest ranking teams in League B, 2 of the favorites to make it all the way. Good composure here from Colon. Left back moving forward, now dispossessed by Castillo. Guatemala trying to break. 3 in the attack for Los Chapines. Chance on the counter, lovely cutback, great save by Rosario. The rebound clipped wide. A fine free-flowing counterattack from Guatemala. David Rosario up to the chance. It was Jorge Yol that time with the opportunity. Not a corner, but a throw deep in the corner for Rene Aguilar, who plays for Municipal in Guatemala. Pacay from the edge of the box took a deflection and eventually cleared away. That was Manuel Dibas, who had the last touch, fouled on the clearance attempts. Guatemala with the better of the exchanges here in the opening 13 minutes. Nothing to show for it yet. Jorge Yol coming close just moments ago, but it remains 0-0. This Group F title decider in League B. Edgar Sanchez would have been happy with the work of his goalkeeper a moment ago. Sanchez now 45 years old, been a part of the Dominican Republic youth national team, set up now on 2 different occasions. He coached the U-17s back in 2018 and 2019. He was appointed to this role in April of 2024. Christopher Pacay now. The Municipal's midfielder, his cross only finding the captain, Igor Nunez. See Edgar Cotto asking for the whistle here, the ball just rolling out of touch. No nonsense clearance in the corner by Luis Manuel Dabas. Guatemala asking a few questions here in the opening 15 minutes. Second corner of this first half. Albazuris to send this in. And the wind you see still whipping around. It switched directions a bit now, blowing very much from the top of the field to the bottom. It'll be right in the face of Albazuris on this in-swinger. Dangerous ball. Good keeping by Rosario to claim that in traffic. He wants to jumpstart the attack quickly. A long clearance forward. Navy shirts heading that direction. Ball clipped up. The flag, though, does go up. Camille Castillo denied the opportunity. One or two words exchanged. Jose Mejia, who scored 3 the other day in the 4-0 victory for the Dominican Republic over the British Virgin Islands. 5 goals on the tournaments for the Dominican Republic, number 9. Jorge Chone and Camille Castillo getting a talking to by Jonathan Layton. It is an intense atmosphere here in Aruba at the Stadion City Jose Weaver. Both of these sides will want this match. Get a good testing ground for what's to come in the quarterfinals on Friday. Another bouncing ball dealt with in the end by Gael Colon. He's been busy today. Guillermo Quiñones trying to get on the end of that. Pacay once again. Voas battling. It'll come back to Aguilar. Dominican Republic challenging and winning this ball in midfield. Here is Diego Rey lofting it toward Mejia. Merida quickly off his line. The first real threat posed by the Dominican Republic here. Los Quisqueyanos showing they can attack as well. 4 goals in each of their matches in this tournament. Lovely nutmeg there by Castillo, who then takes down Dabas. The DR in possession. Now they give it right back, though, Aguilar. And now a foul committed. So a free kick now for the Dominican Republic. Axel Unvoas will serve this. Good ball in. Better keeping, though, from Nicolas Merida. That's Castillo now, winning it for the DR. On the deck towards Mejia, it'll roll all the way to Merida. We can tell when the Dominican Republic have possession, it does feel like their main point of emphasis is to get the ball to their number 9. Mejia has been so clinical this tournament. He's not had many touches to this point. Guatemala will know he is the danger man. After Guatemala was on the front foot for much of this first half, now the Dominican Republic starting to turn the screw just a bit. Cooling break whistled here in the 19th minute. It is a hot day in Iranistad. 85 degrees. The temperature really never drops below 80 or gets above 86, 87 here in Aruba on the coast. A pleasant place to play soccer, but warm, of course. And the breeze, the conditions sapping it out of you, especially when you've played 3 matches in 3 days. Necker Sanchez reorganizing here. This team had to do a lot of good defensive work in the opening 15 minutes. They've had a little more joy coming forward the other direction since. I think Edgar Cato will be pleased with some aspects of Guatemala's game so far. 1 or 2 warning signs, though, again with the DR posing that threat in transition and with the ball at their feet. Mentioned earlier Guatemala's success at the senior level this summer, again making it to the semifinals of the Gold Cup. Dominican Republic were also involved in that tournament for the first time. They pushed Mexico in the opener of that tournament, losing 3-2 to the eventual champions El Tri. They would finish 3rd in their group behind Mexico and Costa Rica. No shame in that. They lost a pair of games by a single goal and then drew with Suriname to close out proceedings. Positive steps for this country that has proven they can produce world-class athletes, albeit on the baseball diamond. Only the United States has produced more Major League Baseball players than the Dominican Republic. They've got 5 in the MLB Hall of Fame, some of the great names of the game. Pedro Martinez, David Ortiz, Juan Marichal, to name a few. So many other current Major League stars hailing from the DR. Juan Soto, etc. It's only a matter of time, you would think, before some of that talent makes their way onto the pitch, and we're starting to see that more and more. And both they and Guatemala with some key World Cup qualifiers coming up this fall at the senior level. And the success of those senior teams giving these young men, 14 years old, a chance to dream of what might be playing in a World Cup someday, representing your team at the highest level. Tournaments like this, the first step in that journey. Flag does go up here on the near side against Guatemala. Jorge Yol once again just straying offside. Iker Nunez sending one forward. It'll eventually come to Unvoas. Early ball. Merida there, just in front of Castillo. Oh, tough bounce that time. Quinones trying to get on the end of it. Carlos Zalata sending the ball forward. Iker Nunez, his opposite number, keeping Quinones away from it. Guillermo Quinones, one of 7 different goal scorers in the 9-1 win against the British Virgin Islands on Monday. Quinones scoring from the penalty spot in the first half. Christopher Fakai also with a penalty kick goal in that contest, as well as one from open play. Fakai, Perez, and Derek Alvarado, who's starting today on the bench, all 3 with 2 goals apiece through 2 matches for Los Chapines. Another long punt forward that takes a difficult hop, at least for the moment, for David Rosario. Able to take a step back and field it cleanly. Not the best clearance, though. Castillo in midfield quickly double teams. Unvoas, who has captained this DR side in this tournament, winning it back, but now it's Guatemala in possession. Quinones trying to lead the attack. Clipping it forward. Good patience and balance. The shot, though, blocked from Joshua Perez. Remember, Perez was the hero last match with that game-winning goal against St. Kitts and Nevis. Nearly his 3rd goal in as many matches for number 16. This DR defense, though, still yet to concede in this tournament, coming up to the fore. Here is Mejia now trying to get on the ball. White shirts around him. Guatemala in possession. Perez once again, the FC Cincinnati attacker, at least in their youth ranks, losing out this time. Diego Rey's pass sent the other direction. It'll fall kindly to Castillo. His battle with Gael Colon continues. Unvoas trying to get it ahead quickly. Rey giving chase, eventually cleared. It's been a physical encounter in the opening 25 minutes. Edgar Cotto's men not backing down. The same can be said for Eker Sanchez's side. Castillo. Well done by Maxime Kurgal. That time to hang on just in front of the end line. Guatemala do winning possession. Here come the DR once again. Mejia. Unvoas. Dangerous ball, had to be dealt with by Nicolas Torres. Right idea that time, with a couple of Navy shirts in the box to aim for. Castillo again bodied. Perez loses out. Dabas getting it forward. Now Castillo. Quinones. Good challenge by Rodrigo Linera. It is Guatemala, though, driving an attack. Jorge Yol, who's had perhaps the best chance of the game for either side. Now Pakai. Pushed wide by Linera. The shot, always Rosario waiting. Hear the Guatemalan support in the background. Vamos, Guate. Good cheering section from both of these sides. Aruba not exactly close to either the Dominican Republic on the island of Hispaniola or Guatemala in the center of Central America. Good to see, though, family and friends making the trip. Oh, high boot that time from Castillo, drawing the whistle. It's finally poised here through 27 minutes in Oranjestad. The Dominican Republic and Guatemala fighting for top place in League B Group F. Both will advance to the quarterfinals. Who will have the easier path forward, the higher seed? Advantage there played for a moment until there was none. Claudio Albazuras fouled on the play. Maxime Kurgal getting a foot in. I mentioned a bit about the senior levels for these two sides. Perhaps surprisingly, the nations have only met 4 times at the senior national team level, all 4 meetings taking place in the last 6 years. Guatemala have never lost to the Dominican Republic. They've gotten 2 wins and 2 draws all time at the senior level. They played earlier this summer, with Guatemala winning 4-2 in a World Cup qualifier in Guatemala City. They would love a repeat of that here this afternoon in Oranjestad at the U-15 level. Nice bit of skill here from Rene Aguilar. Just that touch from Pakai, a little too heavy as he tried to play in the captain. I should say one of the captains, Castillo, wearing the armband each of the last 2 games. It's Zalata who's got it today, the number 15. That's Perez. Albazuras. Guatemala patient in possession. Now they strike. Good defending, though, by the DR. Cleared back to midfield. Mejia trying to make it stick. Good physicality there by the center forward to win this. Castillo headed off and fouled. Camille Castillo, a youth player with DC United, halted by Claudio Albazuras this time. Actually, it was number 14, Jorge Yol. It was Albazuras coming over just to help the man up. Good sign of sportsmanship. Yol with a good chance for Guatemala in the opening 10 minutes of this match. His side perhaps with some defending to do in the final 5 minutes of this first half. The Dominican Republic with a free kick chance. Both of these teams unbeaten and untied through 2 matches in Group F. Both have scored at will. Both have been hard-pressed, though, to find much joy in attack today. Can that change now? Not on this particular occasion, as Nicolas Merida was always there. Well, this time clearance allowing Aguilar to get forward. Good ball on the deck toward Quinones. Guillermo Quinones, the cross blocked and out for a corner. Gael Colon, who's been ever present down this left flank of the Dominican Republic, stepping up to prevent the service coming in. Good battle between a pair of 13s here. Third corner of this first half for Guatemala. Still looking for the breakthrough a half hour in. Both teams on 6 points here in Group F. Guatemala with a slender advantage in goal difference. They know it draws enough to see them place top. Pakai, Albazides. Oh, nice shot by Rosario just to keep that in play. We are seeing in this first half some of the evidence of why the Dominican Republic have not conceded in 170 minutes of action now in this tournament. It's a really composed back line. play well together. Good communication back there. Some great individual effort as well. Guatemala have been pushing. They've had a couple of half chances. Castillo with one of them. Now sending it in. Good opportunity for Perez, but he scuffed the shot. Goal kick on the way. Joshua Perez, the FC Cincinnati youth player, with a good opportunity off the service from Castillo. Just hopped up on him, and he couldn't quite time the half volley as well as he would have liked. And Perez with goals in each game in this tournament for Guatemala. The little flick. Quinones on the deck to Perez. You see the confidence that Guatemala is playing with, as they should. They've scored 10 goals in this tournament. Perfect so far, 2 wins out of 2. And as we said, 9 of those came in their opening match against the British Virgin Islands, who really struggled to keep the ball out of the back of the net here in Group F. Pakai, a nice turn, going out wide. Yol trying to attack. That DR back line standing firm. Camille Castillo trying to release the pressure. He'll win a throw. Halftime just a few minutes away. Scoreless to this point, but will there be a twist in the plot right before the interval? Yol taken down unceremoniously by Rodrigo Lanera. It was Perez this time who was tackled. Another free kick on the way for Guatemala in the 35th minute. Rene Aguilar. Deep into the box. That's Lanera. Diego Rey can't get it away from Christopher Pakai. Adrian Castillo. He might have wanted advantage play at that time. He had beaten the 3 men who were progressing towards him. 2 minutes of stoppages on the way at the end of this first half. Plenty of time left for either side to find the back of the net. Pakai, one of 3 players, a part of the CSD Municipal setup in Guatemala, standing over this. This one will sail and find the hands of David Rosario. And his long throw, great idea. Axel Unvois, though, unable to bring it down. The wind ultimately helping it to clear the touchline. And a strong breeze blowing from the top of the pitch to the bottom towards the technical areas. It was blowing from the right to the left earlier today. Now it's shifted directions a bit. At this point, not really benefiting either side. Just a nuisance for both. Chone, as Guatemala try to build at the back to Torres. This is a center back pairing that started the initial match of the competition on Monday, got a break yesterday. Back into the 11 today for Edgar Cato in Guatemala. We mentioned Ian Flores and David Rosario exchanging goalkeeping duties. Same story for Guate. Nicolas Merida and Mario De Paz, both starting 1 match prior to today. Merida getting the nod here in match number 3. played the 2 minutes of added time here in this first half. Just waiting for the final whistle of the opening 35 from Jonathan Layton. Looks like Guatemala will have time to take this free kick before it is blown. One last chance for Claudio Albazuris to get something into the box. The left-footed midfielder. Good ball in deep, headed just wide. Not sure if anybody really got a touch on that. And that will be the final action of half number 1 here in Oranjestad. This showdown in Group F between these two leaders. A stalemate through 35 minutes. Christopher Pacay in Guatemala with a couple of decent looks. Same story for the Dominican Republic, but nothing to show for it thus far. Jose Mejia, though, and company might be heard from, you would expect, before this day is done. Same story for the side from Central America as well. After 35 minutes here in League B Group F, it remains Guatemala 0, the Dominican Republic 0. Highlights of the opening 35 coming up next. Welcome back to Jose Weaver Stadium in Oranjestad, Aruba. Second half between Dominican Republic and Guatemala getting set to begin. Alex Heinert with you along with our crew. The top spots in Group F in League B, the second division in this Concacaf U-15 Boys Championships on the line here today. And if this result holds, Guatemala would take top spot on goal difference. Both teams would have 7 points. If we get a winner, though, whoever that is, they would take top spot on 9 points. Second half underway. Both teams with some good opportunities in the opening 35 minutes. Good goalkeeping from David Rosario for the DR, for Nicolas Merida for Guatemala. Guatemala now going right to left. Guatemala in possession in white. No one in League B has scored more goals than this Guatemala side during this competition. They've got some defending to do now, though. This is Jose Mejia with 5 goals to the good. His cross intended for Camille Castillo, dealt with at the back. And those two have been pretty fantastic this tournament, combining both today and throughout. Long ball in, collected by Merida. He's had a good pair of hands over the course of the 35-plus minutes today. And both of these sides know that their tournament is not done. It's not ending regardless of result. They both will play on Friday. They would still greatly love, though, I think, to go into the quarterfinals on a high note with a victory here this afternoon. Who's going to find the goal, though, to really kickstart this match? Might it be Christopher Pacay, the number 10 for Guatemala, cutting inside now. Good defending once more by Luis Manuel Dabas. Here is the DR now on the break. This is Camille Castillo pushed out wide. Guatemala back in numbers. Nicolas Torres there. Claudio Albazuris also tracking back to close down the Dominican Republic number 10. Bouncing ball in the box. Diego Rey had a crack at it. Castillo did too. Now Mejia. Offside, though, the flag will go up. It looked like Torres was able to get back in time to prevent a chance if the flag was not raised. Good start, though, to the half for the Dominican Republic. Edgar Sanchez would have made a couple of changes, little tweaks here and there to try and give his team a little more possession, a little more chance to get at this Guatemala back line. They've looked dangerous in transition. Able to go from back to front quickly. Maxime Kurgal able to knee that forward toward Mejia. Jose Mejia pushed out wide, once again asking for a foul. Thought he was handled roughly by Carlos Zelada. He will not get one. I think he's got a point there. The little pullback from the Guatemala captain. A tug of the shirt, not spotted. Merida to get things back in play. Albazuras in the direction of Jorge Yol. He'll avoid Lanera for the moments. Yol's cross headed as far as Albazuras this time. Claudio Albazuras. Decent move that time by Guatemala. Just the final touch, letting down the number 7 in white and navy. Albazuras once again. His square ball intercepted by Dabas. Quickly forward toward Diego Rey. Couldn't make it stick though. Pressure by Jorge Chone. Los Chapines versus Los Quisqueyanos going face to face, toe to toe. Top spot at stake here in League B Group F on a warm, windy day in Aruba. And the quarterfinals beckoning for both. It's all about how you enter that knockout stage, though. It'll be interesting to see how these managers handle this match as well in terms of substitution. Again, a rest day coming tomorrow. I want to make sure everybody's fit and firing and ready to go for the finals. But they also would love to win this match and take the spoils. Oh, a crunching challenge that time from Jorge Yol. Iker Nunez shaken up on the play, and Yol will see yellow. Yellow card here in the 42nd minute. The ball was there to be won. Yol, though, came flying in. That's a dangerous challenge. Good to see that Nunez was able to get back on his feet without too much trouble. It sets up the DR now with a free kick from just inside the center circle. Axel Unvoas will send this into the 18-yard box, headed down. Dabas fanned on the attempt. Well, Yol sent it back into trouble this time. Eventually it'll come to Joshua Perez. We mentioned the Dominican Republic's defensive prowess in this tournament, yet to concede so far through 5 halves of football. Guatemala's only let one in. That goal being scored by the British Virgin Islands late into that 9-1 rout on Monday. They shut out a St. Kitts and Nevis side who we just saw score 6 against the BVI earlier today on this field. This is Yol. Couldn't quite win it. Dabas. Kurgal. Castillo. Kurgal once again towards Mejia. Too strong though. You see the front two for the Dominican Republic. Diego Rey, number 16. Jose Mejia, number 9. Trying to keep this back line honest as Guatemala attempt to play out the back. Nicolas Torres closed down effectively by Mejia. It'll be a throw, though, for Guatemala. Albazuras able to keep the ball alive. Took a wild carom towards midfield. This will be a DR throw in the opposition half. A chance now for the team in Navy to get bodies forward. Nice move along the far touchline to create space. Dabas upended by Adrian Castillo, but it will go down as a goal kick. Maxime Kurgal there, the number 8, trying to create something. Actually, it was Kurgal there, not number 6. Castillo has been involved in a couple of tough challenges in this contest. And I believe he just went in the book that time, judging by Jonathan Layton. So Adrian Castillo joining Jorge Yol with a card in this contest. Those two cards coming 4 minutes apart in this second half. And actually it was not Castillo, but the other number 8, Maxime Kurgal, who sees yellow. So he's the first Dominican Republic player carded as Mejia tries to tee that one up. It was a bit of a half chance for Jose Mejia, but when you've scored 5 goals through 2 matches, you've been converting a few half chances in that particular run. Mejia, who's part of the Rayo Vallecano setup, he's been potent in this tournament. Long ball forward for Guatemala, taken down by Yol. Well, tried to square that for Quinones. An important intervention at the back for the Dominican Republic. Alvazuris was not able to keep that ball in play. Mejia off the quick restart. Oh, tripped up there by the captain Zalata. He's a tricky customer, inside, outside, and then gets stepped on here. This free kick coming in a dangerous area now for the Dominican Republic. Los Quisqueyanos with a chance to get something in the box. Axel Envoas' service has been good in this match. Once or twice, I think the wind has pushed it closer to Nicolas Merida than he would like. Castillo and Mejia, both tall targets to aim for. The other Castillo, Adrian, who's wearing white, along with Yol, forming this 2-man wall. What can Envoas conjure? Dangerous ball headed in, but looks like there's a foul on the play. Jonathan Layton was quick to blow the whistle. It wasn't an offside call, it was a foul, it would appear. He had the shove that time, I think. And it was a good goal. It wasn't the captain, Nunez, who was guilty of the foul. I believe it was Jose Mejia with the shove on one of the Guatemalan defenders that drew the whistle. So the Dominican Republic able to get the ball in the back of the net, but it's quickly waved off, and we remain 0-0 here in the 49th minute. Here's Jorge Yol now for Guatemala. Good tracking back by Nunez. He thought he had scored moments ago. Doing the defensive duties now, the captain. Maxime Kurgal trying to jumpstart the attack from midfield. Tripped up. The DR growing in confidence here. They've had the better of the opportunities in this second half, and now a change being made. Alejandro Encarnacion, who does have a goal in this tournament, getting set to replace Diego Rey up top. Encarnacion, an impact sub for Eker Sanchez throughout. So he will join Jose Mejia as a part of this front two as they search for a goal that would send them top of the group. As it stands now, it would be Guatemala on goal difference edging ahead of the Dominican Republic, but still plenty of time to change that. Castillo a good chance. That shot by Dabas well off the mark. Camilo Castillo trying to find Jose Mahina inside the box. He's not had many chances, the number 9 wearing Navy. Mejia, the tournament's leading goal scorer with 5. 2 in the opener, the hat trick last match. More of a frustrated figure here today, but still with 20 minutes plus stoppages to change that narrative. Guatemala and the Dominican Republic, 2 of the favorites in League B. 2 of the highest ranked sides in this second division at the U-15 Boys Championships here in Concacaf this year. Edgar Sanchez's side has responded well in the opening 15 minutes of this second half. Oh, and Perez going to be guilty of a high boot. That's a tough one because Dabas had also raised his cleats as well. Mejia trying to hold it up and play in Castillo. It'll be a throw instead. Now, Jorge Yol has already been carded in this match. He threw that ball, in his mind, where the throw-in should be taken. The Dominican Republic player is taking offense to that. No card issued here as Perez now battles and is fouled by Encarnacion, the substitute. Encarnacion, the first sub used by either side in this match. Now the second will be made. Josue Barrios taking the place of Guillermo Quinones up top. And Derek Alvarado, another player off the bench with a couple of goals. Silver place Adrian Castillo, who's been in the wars today. Alvarado slotting into midfield. Again, the joint top scorer amongst Guatemala with 2 tallies. The Comunicaciones midfielder coming on. So a couple of changes for Edgar Cotto. Perhaps the right time for it. With 18 minutes to come, his team had been on the back foot a bit in this second half. Let's see if Alvarado and Barrios can tilt the scales back in their direction. The wind's continuing to blow here at Jose Weaver Stadium. In a warm, windy afternoon in Aruba, in the southern Caribbean, just north of the Venezuelan coast. Big occasion here today. Group F and League B wrapping up with so much on the line. It's Guatemala now coming forward. One of the substitutes, Derek Alvarado, on his knees and just missing. He had gone to ground that time and still got the shot away. David Rosario was scrambling to get back. The first involvement of the match from Alvarado, nearly a decisive one. Iker Nunez able to close down. Would have been something that time. Rosario was at full stretch. He wasn't so sure that was clearing the far post. Alvarado offering something different from midfield as we hit our cooling break with some 17 minutes to go in regulation. I should say there will be no extra time here today. It'll be a normal 70-minute match plus stoppages. It'll be a different story on Friday, of course, in the knockout stages with penalty kicks and extra time, all a part of the equation. Energy drinks and H2O here on this 86-degree day. Here's a look once again at that last attack from Guatemala, spearheaded by Derek Alvarado. been a spectacular goal to score just moments after coming on. So Edgar Cotto there had the whiteboard out, trying to reshuffle the pack a bit with those substitutions and making one or two changes tactically perhaps as well. David Rosario, who's been good this match. No spectacular saves, but very confident, composed goalkeeping back there. Set to restart. Closing down in midfield. This will be a card shown here. Axel Unvoas seeing yellow, the second DR player booked. He'll join Maxime Kurgal in midfield, to be written, whose name will be taken by Jonathan Layton. Unvoas lost the ball. It was a little shirt tug. Not much of one, but enough to draw the card. I think Unvoas, you see here, surprised on the free kick. Headed clear by the Dominican Republic. Only as far, though, as Christopher Pacay. Was touched by Claudio Albazuras. Possession back to the Dominican Republic. Jorge Cabrera de la Rosa, the right back, quick on the restart. Kurgal back to his defense. The captain Nunez. Chested back by Mejia to Castillo. Unvoas. Kurgal. The left-footed shot from distance did not take a deflection. Not too far away from the full-time whistle now, some 13 minutes plus stoppages. For Guatemala, 0-0 suits them just fine. They would finish top of the group thanks to that superior goal difference. Again, both of these teams have scored in bunches to this point. Guatemala with one more goal to the good. Castillo fouled as he was making his way upfield. Zalata whistled for the infraction this time. Some 10 minutes ago, the Dominican Republic did score off a set piece, not quite from this area. There was more of an angle on the free kick from Axel Unvoas that found the head of Iker Nunez, although Mejia was guilty of a foul in the build-up, which negated the goal. See what they can do here from a more central position. Iker Sanchez, the former keeper, looking on. Unvoas, didn't beat the wall this time. Yol able to prevent the cross from coming in. Unvoas, they're trying to make amends. Barrios, the substitute, got in his way. Off the head of Yol. Hooked clear this time by Colon. He's played well today, Gael Colon. He's dealt with anything that's come his way, and he had a lot coming his way in that first half. Less so here in the second, as the Dominican Republic have seized control, at least of the impetus of late. With a foul here as Castillo was taken down. And the whistle's beginning to increase over the last 10 minutes or so. Guatemala, any way you can to slow down this DR attack. Rene Aguilar, perhaps a bit surprised he didn't get carded, stopping the counter attack that time. Yol once again. Kurgal will get to it first. Jorge Yol, though, wins the battle in the end. Good reading of the game again by Colon. When Boas out wide, Castillo has switched from right to left here. Trying to find more joy down the opposite side, but meeting just as much resistance. Looks like Fernando Alvarez being ready to come on. Mejia can't get clear, and that ball caromed right off his face on the clearance. And that will draw a whistle from Jonathan Layton for a head injury. There's a lot of coming over. See the clearance just caught Mejia from close range. It looks no worse for wear. And after a short break, he'll be asked or allowed to continue. It'll be a drop ball for Guatemala. Christopher Pakai being instructed to leave it for one of the defensive members to come forward. It'll be Zalata to restart. There's been a lot of this in the second half. Guatemala with a little bit of possession, a little bit of territory gains. The Dominican Republic, though, quick to send the ball right back from whence it came. Now their goalkeeper has had to make a save in this second half yet. Jose Mejia and company trying to change that. Not on this occasion, though. Albazuras getting in the way. We've played over an hour now here at Jose Weaver Stadium. Still no breakthrough. Top two teams in Group F. They're both advancing to the quarterfinals. Who will be top? Who will be second? If this result holds, it would be Guatemala in first place, Dominican Republic in runner-up position. Now that change will be made with Fernando Alvarez coming on. He will replace the recently booked Axel Unvoas. Unvoas' service was good in this match. He will play no further part, though, today for these final 8 minutes plus stoppages. Mejia once again trying to beat Torres for pace, doesn't come off. TR still in possession. It's Cologne coming way up, a bit out of position now. That was important by Kurgal to push the ball out to touch. Guatemala will take the restart quickly. A foul coming, though, against Derek Alvarado along the touchline. Right idea that time from Los Chapines. Get the ball back in with one of the main defensive stalwarts for this Dominican Republic side well up the pitch. Kurgal and company, though, do enough. 7 minutes left now in normal time. Both sides being pushed, really for the first time in this tournament. Guatemala did meet some resistance yesterday, of course. It took them a half hour to score against St. Kitts and Nevis. They did not get a second, although they would see out the 1-0 victory. A far cry from the 9-1 cancer that they had in match number 1. Both of the DR's games have ended comfortably 4-0. They led 1-0 at the half against St. Kitts and Nevis on Monday. They were up 3-0, though, against the British Virgin Islands yesterday. This is a worrying sign here, as that is Jorge Cabrera de la Rosa who is down. And he's in some discomfort here. That right leg really bothering one of the defenders for Eker Sanchez. The Dominican Republic now a man light for the moment. Both teams have only used 2 substitutions. Plenty of opportunity to change things up, either by preference or by necessity. Pakai's ball taken away by Encarnacion. Again, Mejia the intended target once more. Torres was in the way, now Perez. Guatemala quickly forward. Jorge Yol with runners in front. That's Pakai making the run. Christopher Pakai, intercepted by Nunez. Good reading of the play again by the captain. Bit of a loose touch. Here come the Dominican Republic now. Mejia cutting it back. Alan Encarnacion. Perez. The last touch that time by the number 16 in white. Another substitution on the way. This will be Isaac Ramirez getting set to replace the injured Cabrera de la Rosa. You hope for Jorge Cabrera de la Rosa that the day of rest tomorrow might be enough to get him ready to go for the quarterfinals on Friday. Isaac Ramirez on now. He's listed as a forward, replacing De La Rosa, who was a defender. We'll see how that changes the formation. Short pause as the clock hits 66 minutes. 4+ stoppages to go. Will we have a winner today in Aruba? The fate of Group F on the line, though not really the fate of these two teams. They know they are comfortably into Friday's quarterfinal. Will it be on the back of a victory, a late last gasp winner, or after a scoreless draw? Another change on the way for Guatemala. Anthony Koch coming in. He'll replace Joshua Perez. So the goal streak for Perez will end at 2 games. He did some good work here today, number 16. Porcado coming on to replace him. Guatemala earning a throw deep in the opposition third. Good pressure here by the Dominican Republic. It will still be in possession of Guatemala. Jorge Yol doing just enough to fend off the advances. Claudio Albazuras to send this forward. Good long throw on nearly into the 6-yard box. It was into the 6 that time, actually. Albazuras trying to keep it alive. It'll go past Pakai, back to midfield. The clearance by Torres sliced a bit. Is there a goal in this? Can either side find one? Derek Alvarado hustling, able to get there just in front of Colon. The cross off the head of Yol. A throw for the DR. Josue Barrios. Jorge Yol. Oh, that throw that time by Albazuras. A bit wayward as Yol had to track, but could not keep it in play. Time winding down. Here is Yol, poked away this time. Mejia trying to cut it back. Castillo weaving past pressure, trying to combine with Ramirez. Guatemala do get it clear now. 70th minutes. Still scoreless between the Dominican Republic and Guatemala. And if this result stays as is, Guatemala would win the group. The DR would be second. Both would advance to Friday's quarterfinal. Los Chapines coming forward now. Can they find the late winner? That's Aguilar. Dispossessed. Now Ramirez, and a foul against Guatemala. Oh, and perhaps something more here as Isaac Ramirez sent one of the Guatemalan players tumbling after they did not stop proceedings following the whistle. No card issued as we play on. We're into stoppage time now at the end of the second half. There will be 4 added minutes before this one is decided. Linares ball taken down. Mejia, 5 goals this tournament, trying to create one here. Forced out wide, defended well by this Guatemalan backline. That's Nicolas Torres, the left back, doing the work. Danger not quite gone yet though. Dabas off the foot of Kurgal. And the flag will go up on the far side. Fourth change of the match. Jorge Yol being replaced by Williams Villagran for Guatemala. Yol's done a lot of running in this contest. Didn't get rewarded here today. Picked up a yellow card midway through this second half. See if Villagran can find a little bit of magic here in stoppage time as a late substitute. Maybe the opposition, though, will have the magical touch. Camilo Castillo, again, the DC United youth player, trying to take on the entire Guatemalan defense. He's fouled eventually, and now he waves everybody else off. Not interested in what Alejandro Encarnacion had to say. Castillo does have a goal in this tournament. I get the sense that he's got eyes for goal here. He's a long ways out. He does send this forward, punched clear, not quite out yet. Nicolas Merida, good goalkeeping. He came in hard that time to punch it away. And you see Castillo aggressively challenging for that ball just in front of the Guatemalan technical area. A foul whistled against Los Chapines. It was the substitute, Williams Villagran, getting in the way. So a free kick now coming for the DR. And look at this, David Rosario is up. Again, a loss or tie, it doesn't matter for them. They want the win to put them top of the group. Castillo standing over this. The Dominican Republic keeper is up in the box. The service took a deflection. It'll be a throw now for the DR. Rosario staying forward for the moment. And now possession given to Guatemala. Final minute of the stoppages. Oh, just for a moment, it looked like we were going to have quite the grandstand finish there. And we still could have one, still time left. Goal kick coming for Nicolas Merida. I say he has not had much to do in this half, but that was an important act by the goalkeeper for Guatemala a few moments ago to come out strong and punch away that free kick from Camilo Castillo with a lot of Navy jerseys in the 6-yard box around him. Loose ball in midfield, final seconds now, quickly punted forward. Merida will claim it and go down, and that might just do it for this Group F encounter. No, maybe not. Merida does restart here. One more chance for Guatemala. Bounces off of Barrios. Colon. Look at Mejia on his horse. Unable to keep it in play. All eyes on Jonathan Layton, and there is the final whistle. It ends. Guatemala 0, the Dominican Republic 0, but that is a result that suits Los Chapines. They will finish on 7 points, the same tally as the DR, but they will advance top of Group F thanks to a positive goal difference that's one greater than their opposition today. The tournament not over for the Dominican Republic. They will finish second and advance on to the quarterfinals. Tough result today, though, for this group, and you can see they wanted that top spot badly. They threw a lot at this one in the end. A couple of decent looks, but they could not find a way past this Guatemalan backline, which has now kept a clean sheet for the second match in a row. And both of these team stories will continue as this tournament moves on to Friday in the knockout stages. So it's finished here in Aruba, scoreless between the Dominican Republic and Guatemala. Full-time highlights coming your way in just a moment. Big occasion today to see out Group F in League B. The Dominican Republic and Guatemala